Good evening then from Anchorage in Alaska. In the next hour or so, Donald Trump will meet Vladimir Putin here for face-to-face talks focused on bringing an end to the war in Ukraine. The US president says he's confident something is going to come from this meeting and believes the Russian leader does want a deal. Vladimir Zelensky, not invited to these talks, says he's counting on the US and only American power can stop the war in his country. Donald Trump left Washington this morning, boarding Air Force One for the roughly 7.5-hour flight. We're expecting him to land here, as I say, within the hour. On board the flight, he told journalists he thinks he can help bring about an end to the conflict in Ukraine.
There's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. He's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are, we're president. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
President Trump has been doing a lot of talking already. He also spoke to Fox News on the plane and said he won't stick around if the meeting is not going to plan.
We're going for a meeting with President Putin in Alaska, and I think it's going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast.
I mean, if it doesn't, you walk.
I would walk there.
On his way to Alaska, President Putin stopped in Magadan in Russia's Far East, where he visited a fish oil factory and a war memorial honoring US and Soviet cooperation in the Second World War. He's expected to land shortly after Donald Trump, possibly around 8 p.m. UK time. The Kremlin says the US president will meet the Russian leader on the Tarmac, and they have much more to discuss than the war in Ukraine.
Of course, the issues of Ukrainian settlement and the list of irritants in our bilateral relations will be at the forefront. These are all possible projects for economic cooperation. These are all aspects of Ukrainian settlement. These are regional and international issues. This is a huge amount of materials, which, of course, the President always reads and studies very carefully.
Let's speak to our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Bennett, who is with the Russian delegation. We'll also speak to James Matthews, our US correspondent, who is with the American team. James, let's start with you. And it's interesting that Donald Trump is, broadly speaking, striking a positive note.
It is interesting, but not surprising, I would suggest, Mark. I have to say, it's astonishing. We have here, in this place where, that lived through the Cold War, had an active role in listening to the old enemy that posed an existential threat, the Soviet Union, 50 miles across the Bering Sea, where they know all about the fear, the secrecy, the old enemy. We have an American president coming here talking about, in the friendliest of terms, about a man who is viewed by his Western allies as an international pariah. Donald Trump saying everything, I think, that Putin will want to hear and nothing that Ukraine wants to hear. He's giving Putin room for maneuver when he talks about the key areas like the ceasefire. Donald Trump says he wants to see a ceasefire, but he says he won't be happy if it's not today. Contrast that with Europe. They say if there's not ceasefire today, there will be increased European sanctions. Trump also says nothing is set in stone. He doesn't know what would make this summit a success. For Vladimir Putin to listen to that, a career KGB agent who's been dedicated to undermining the United States, dedicated to negotiations of this kind and to seizing back control of Ukraine, remember. That's everything he wants to hear. Room for manoeuvre, space for him to grow in the negotiations. There are no red lines. There is no danger for Putin in trying to push the envelope. He's got the space, and he knows what Donald Trump's approach will be. Cards are on the table. On that same flight he spoke about, NATO again appeared to indicate once more that he doesn't think Ukraine should be allowed to join NATO. Everything that Vladimir Putin wants to hear. And, just in general terms, the tone of Donald Trump, I think, sounds needy. He wants to hold Vladimir Putin close. He's reaffirming that today, talking about, the prospects of success. And it will worry Ukraine and their European allies that Trump continually bangs this drum, this expectation of a good meeting, of success. What they want to hear is that, look, this is what success for me, A, B, and C. If Putin goes beyond that, then I'm on your side, and that's when I walk away. All this talk of walking away if it doesn't go well. If he insists on giving a running commentary before this summit, which some would say is alarming and nothing less than immature and inexperienced, but if he insists on a running commentary, then Ukraine certainly wants to hear red lines that reinforce resilience on his part and on their part in terms of Trump's support for what Ukraine wants to see from this meeting. They certainly don't have that at the start of the meeting, which the Kremlin says could last for 7 hours. That's the last thing that Donald Trump wants to hear. 7 hours of Putin just grinding him through what Russia wants. And ultimately, should there be no ceasefire, there's every chance that Putin will get his baseline requirement here and reeling Trump back in, pulling him back on side and marginalising Volodymyr Zelensky as far as he can.
Okay, James, thank you very much. We're just looking at the scene at the air base. Red carpet's out, stage set. The name also set, Alaska 2025. They're going to call this summit. Ivor Bennett, our Moscow correspondent, is also there with the Russian delegation. And interesting point that James makes about the Russians saying this could go on 6 to 7 hours. Donald Trump might not like that. What do you make of that suggestion that this could be a lengthy summit?
Yeah, hi Mark, from the kind of press spillover tent where I am, as you say, with the Russian delegation. A quick note, a side note on them first. There must be around 100 journalists from the Kremlin press pack that have travelled over directly from Moscow yesterday with the Russian delegation. And their presence here is a further sign that this summit really is marks an end to Russia's isolation in many ways, because for them to be here, the US Embassy, its consular department in Moscow, had to reopen after being shut for the last 3.5 years to issue work visas to Russian journalists for the first time in that period. It really does mark the end of Russia's kind of time in the international wilderness. They are being brought back in from the cold with this summit, very much a reward rather than a reprimand, despite Vladimir Putin not agreeing to a ceasefire. As for the Moscow team, could last 6 I think that is a sign that they have a lot more to discuss here rather than just Ukraine. They have made no secret of the fact they want to talk about all the trade and investment opportunities that could be on offer if America and Russia can advance relations. That's why Putin has brought along his money man, Kirill Dmitriev. He's in charge of Russia's sovereign wealth fund. He's also brought along his finance minister, and there's also talk that he also might kind of want to talk about the prospect of a new arms control treaty, a nuclear arms control treaty. He is, it feels like, dangling all the benefits that Donald Trump could have of better relations with Moscow if he sides with them on Ukraine. He'll be trying to tie all this together into a peace deal on Ukraine so that Donald Trump sides with him. But he has to give the appearance of making a concession, have to give the appearance of making progress so that Donald Trump has something to show from this. But in reality, it could be very, very far from progress, Mark.
Okay, Ivor, thanks very much indeed. And they've got the leaf blowers out. They've got they're brushing stuff away, and they are preparing for the arrival of the two presidents. They are not preparing for the arrival of another key player in all this, the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky. He's not here, of course. Donald Trump says he will be at the next summit as long as today goes well. Mr. Zelensky says the US president needs to adopt a strong position in today's talks, and says even as the leaders make their way here, the attacks on his country continue.
The war continues, and it continues precisely because there is no order nor any signals from Moscow that it is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations, they are still killing people, and that speaks volumes. Russia must end this war. It started and has dragged on for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed. At the very least, Ukraine, the US and Russia must meet in this format for effective decisions to be made. Security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is urgently needed. Everyone knows the key objectives.
Let's speak to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who is in Kyiv. And I just wonder, we see President Zelensky there listening to him. What do Ukrainians make of the fact that their president is not here in Alaska?
Deeply frustrated, Mark, I think it's fair to say. We're told that the group around Zelensky, reportedly in Ukrainian reports at least, are feeling tense. There must be a mood, I think, of powerlessness and impotence, if you like. The future of their country will be determined by, or will certainly be influenced by, whatever drama plays out there in Alaska. And this meeting will be much more than that even. It will possibly determine the future of Russian-American relations and set the stage for possibly a new kind of world order. Whenever Vladimir Putin arrives there and walks down those steps along that red carpet, flanked by those, I think, F-35 American warplanes. So quite a flex there by the US military. But when he comes down that red carpet and then goes to meet Donald Trump, it will be an extraordinary meeting. And I think, obviously, Zelensky, the people around him, Ukrainians and the rest of us are watching and wondering what kind of meeting this will be. Will it be more like the Helsinki meeting in 2018 that both you and I reported on, Mark, in Finland, where Donald Trump came out and stunned the world by saying he would prefer to believe the word of Vladimir Putin over the words of his own spies and intelligence agencies back home? Or will it be more like the year that follows when he met Kim Jong-un, the North Korean dictator, and walked away? He pulled the plug on that summit because he didn't like what the North Korean was saying. I think Ukrainians will hope it will be the latter. They hope that he'll go into this meeting, he'll look Vladimir Putin in the eye, and he won't be convinced that Putin wants peace. But I think they fear it'll be more of the same as we saw in Helsinki in 2018. They see the relationship between these two men. They are as fascinated and as perplexed and intrigued, I guess, as the rest of us are. There's never been a relationship between a Russian and American leader quite like Donald Trump's and Vladimir Putin's. And they believe that Putin has some kind of hold over the American president. You know, is it a compromising videotape, as was suggested in the run-up to the 2016 election, or is it Donald Trump's open admiration for Vladimir Putin, the way he runs his country, the envy he has for a dictator who can run his country in the way that Putin can, or is it a kind of sense that he feels he owes a debt to the Russians who have bailed him out any number of times when his business ventures got into trouble? Whatever it is, Putin does seem to have a kind of hold over Trump, and I think that's what really worries the Ukrainians. They believe that possibly these two leaders are going to engage in some kind of rapprochement between their two countries, and that seems to be a priority for both men. I mean, we heard Donald Trump on the way there saying that he's ready to do business with the Russians. He likes the fact that Putin is bringing business leaders with him, but the war has to be settled first. The Ukrainians, I think, will be reassured by that to some extent, but I think also worried about it. They fear there could be a stitch-up between these two men, and Ukraine will be left to its fate. And that anxiety is certainly shared also by Ukraine's European allies.
Dominic, thanks very much. Dominic will be with us throughout the evening as we look at these pictures of an airbase awaiting the arrival of President Trump. A grey day here in Alaska, a rather a bleak day at the moment, but President Trump due here shortly, President Putin just after that. Our US correspondent Martha Kelner is here with me now. And, well, for Donald Trump, this is a significant day, a big day, isn't it?
A huge day for him and for Vladimir Putin. You know, as we've been saying throughout the programme, Donald Trump is really already handing Putin a victory simply by having him on US soil. You know, this is a man who is an international pariah. There is a warrant out for his arrest by the International Criminal Court, alleged war crimes, including the abduction of Ukrainian children. You know, a lot of American people don't believe that Vladimir Putin should be here at all. You know, I was just round the corner from where we are now, Mark, earlier in the week. I was speaking to one lady who has a Ukrainian flag hanging on a tree in her front garden, and she bought that Ukrainian flag after watching that episode in the Oval Office, now infamous episode in the Oval Office in February, where Vladimir Zelensky was humiliated by Donald Trump and his team. He was mocked for not wearing a suit. Donald Trump very pointedly said to him that he didn't hold the cards when it came to discussing a ceasefire in Ukraine. And she said, I'm horrified that this meeting is taking place a few miles from where I live. You know, she said Vladimir Putin should be being arrested. He shouldn't be having the red carpet rolled out for him, which is exactly what we're seeing at the moment. Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson, a US military base, that red carpet rolled out, fighter jets either side of it. And not long from now, Mark, less than half an hour away, we expect to see Donald Trump, the US president, shaking hands with Vladimir Putin, the first time he's been on US soil for almost a decade.
Yeah, and a quick word on the choice of the base. As you say, I mean, I think it's the biggest US base in Alaska. Mm-hmm. Also, those jets there regularly sort of sent up into the skies to counter Russian planes that cross into American airspace, and also representative too of this intensifying sort of struggle for resources and power in the Arctic.
Yeah, it's a hugely significant base when it comes to training and securing this region. But truly, I think the reason why the White House landed on Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson as a location for these talks is that they had very few options available. This has been so hastily thrown together, this summit, that in terms of having the security apparatus that this sort of high-level meeting requires, there were very few options. You know, it has inbuilt security because it is a US military base. And I know that over the last few days, FBI agents, Secret Service agents have flooded into Anchorage to protect this site, to work out the choreography of what will go on today. They've been working very closely with Vladimir Putin's security team as well. I know this morning there was a military...
I should just interrupt you. We can see Air Force One approaching the airbase that you've been talking about here in Anchorage, coming in low, as I say, on a grey day here in Anchorage. But for President Trump, this is quite something. Air Force One coming in to land at this Air Force base, this American Air Force base. He has arrived first. President Putin, we are expecting soon afterwards. And the Russians say that Donald Trump will meet President Putin on the tarmac, and we'll see what happens. They may well say something. There'll certainly be pictures of them shaking hands, which is a significant moment, as you say, for an American president to essentially welcome back into the fold an indicted war criminal, a man who has been a pariah in many parts of the world, considered isolated in many parts of the world. So to that extent, this is, we see there the plane now on the tarmac. I say we see it, we can only just see it. But,
It's a misty
but it
day.
is there. It is there. And so to that extent, it's something of a risk for President Trump, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, Vladimir Putin's not been on US soil for almost a decade. The last time he was here was back in 2015. He met Barack Obama at the UN in New York, but that wasn't an invitation to him by Barack Obama. It was just by virtue of the fact that the UN is in New York that he was on US soil. Before that, it was back in 2007. So it has been a while. This is a huge moment for Putin. He's been brought back in, really, from the cold by Donald Trump and against the wishes of European leaders.
Yeah, let's bring in Catherine Belton of the Washington Post, an author of Putin's People. Catherine, thank you for being with us. And as we watch Air Force One land in Anchorage, are you surprised that Donald Trump has decided to do this?
Yes, really. I mean, it's an incredible U-turn. He went from nuclear posturing and moving nuclear submarines close to Russian territory, and also threatening, giving ultimatums, saying that he was very frustrated with Putin about how he kept having these nice conversations with Vladimir, and then he'd find out a few hours later from his wife Melania that in fact Putin had just bombed another maternity hospital in Ukraine. So it's an incredible flip, and it seems that it's one at least partly based on a misunderstanding, because just days before his ultimatum ran out, of course, he sent his special envoy Steve Witkoff to the Kremlin, and there Witkoff appears to have completely misunderstood what the Russians told him, because they said they were willing to halt the fighting in two key Ukrainian regions, in Kherson and Zaporizhia. And Witkoff apparently, according to European sources, walked out of there believing that Russia was ready to cede these territories to Ukraine. And all of a sudden you've got Trump saying we're going to do territorial swaps, we're going to give prime oceanfront property back to Ukraine, which is what those two regions represent. And then it turned out that was a complete misunderstanding, and Russia was only ready to stop the fighting, but it didn't want to move its soldiers back an inch. So it's really incredible that this is happening at all.
Catherine, I'm just reading here that a senior White House official has told our partners, NBC News, that President Trump will be joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff for today's initial meeting with President Putin and his advisors. And that kind of replaces, doesn't it, what was originally described as a one-on-one between President Trump and Putin. So it looks like, unlike what happened in Helsinki, there may not be this one-on-one meeting with just interpreters with them.
Yeah, well, if that happens, if that does happen, that it's a meeting and the assistants and the aides are also present, then that's hopefully good news, because, of course, at that Helsinki summit, sort of Trump walked out after several hours of conversation with Putin, appearing completely deferential to him. He looked almost overwhelmed. I was told by one Russian analyst that she thought Trump looked unsure of himself, that he looked completely under Putin's influence. And, and during the joint press conference that they had then, it was famously so bad when Trump was saying he believed Putin over his own intelligence community's assessment that Russia interfered in the 2016 elections, that Fiona Hill, his own national security advisor on Russia, was saying later that she contemplated staging a seizure to halt the proceedings because everything was going so badly. So hopefully, if they've got sort of adults in the room like Marco Rubio, Putin won't be able to sort of bamboozle anyone with long, distorted histories about how Ukraine is apparently part of Russia's historical lands.
Yes. What do you make of this whole idea that coming from the Russians about 6 or 7 hours, and I mean, I'm not sure that President Trump will like that too much.
No, I don't think he really wants another history lecture from his friend Vladimir, however much they might say that they're good friends and respect each other. But I'm sure, but the flip side of that, as your correspondent pointed out, is that Putin is going to want to do everything he can to distract Trump as well, and not just have the talks about Ukraine, but make it about business deals, about the potential for economic cooperation and the sharing of hundreds of billions of dollars in resources in the Arctic. He's going to sort of lay it all out and quite thickly about how the US economy can supposedly benefit from cooperation with Russia. And he wants to do this over the heads of Ukraine and Europe, because he thinks if he can strike an alliance with Trump, then the rest of Europe will have to crumble and fall in line too.
Yes, and just finally, Catherine, as we await Donald Trump at the top of the aircraft steps, I mean, this has been a rapidly organised summit, hasn't it? Most summits going, the great sort of US-Soviet summits since the Cold War, a lot of preparation goes into them. This is very different. I wonder, in a way, could this disadvantage President Putin?
Well, he's normally very, very well prepared. You've seen his sort of grasp and his mastery of detail. I don't think that will diminish, but I'm not sure the Russians have a really concrete plan, and they're not quite sure either about how Trump will react. They're a little bit worried too about his unpredictability. My colleague was in Moscow this week, and she was speaking to sources there, including one Kremlin insider who was basically saying that, no one really expected this summit to happen. So there's a huge flurry of activity now in the Kremlin, with everyone preparing at the last minute. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. But Putin is certainly, but on the other hand, I think he thinks he has the upper hand, because he thinks he's winning in Ukraine, and all he has to do is dangle some business deals and the prospect of economic cooperation and sort of great power discussions of nuclear security and so on, that he can distract Trump enough to allow him to continue to pursue his war in Ukraine. And he thinks he's got the upper hand. He thinks he's probably going to be able to convince Trump again that it's Europe and Ukraine who are the ones who are against any halt to the war. That's certainly his aim. I think one of the reasons this summit is happening is that the Russian elite actually got very concerned by Trump's kind of turn in mood in the last couple of weeks, his frustration over Putin's continued bombardment of Ukraine and the lack of progress in any talks. So the onus is now really on Putin to try and convince Trump that it's not me, it's not my fault, it's Europe and Ukraine who are standing in the way of that, which of course is completely wrong, because Zelensky and Europe have always said we're ready at any moment for a ceasefire, but it has to be full and it has to be unconditional. Putin, of course, doesn't want that because he thinks he has the upper hand militarily. So he's just going to keep going for as long as he can. And in the meantime, he might try to distract Trump with talk of maybe a temporary limited ceasefire, maybe on energy infrastructure. He might say, we're ready to discuss that. He might say there could be a temporary ceasefire on airstrikes. We were told that the Kremlin was seriously discussing whether to hand Trump that kind of success. But the minute you have these type of temporary and limited ceasefires, then the Kremlin thinks, oh, well, we can blame Ukraine when it all breaks down, and we won't be the ones at fault, and then we can continue making our military progress. And hopefully Donald Trump will decide not to give any more weapons. And that's also the key thing they're trying to achieve.
Okay, Catherine, thank you very much for being with us, and we await the appearance of President Trump as Caroline Levitt, his spokesperson, confirms now that Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, his friend, who went to Moscow to, well, in a way, I suppose, negotiate that this summit would happen. They will be with President Trump in the room with President Putin and his team. So it doesn't look as if the two men will be on their own with interpreters, as happened, some would say, not so well for Trump back in Helsinki in 2018. Martha, we await the appearance of Donald Trump. This is Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson we're looking at, 64,000-acre site, and a reminder to Putin of the US military presence in Alaska and the Arctic.
Yeah, Air Force One touching down there just over 10 minutes ago now. So you imagine Donald Trump composing himself before walking down those stairs for that eagerly awaited handshake with Vladimir Putin. It's probably the most closely scrutinised relationship of any two individuals on the planet, isn't it? So, you know, everyone watching, waiting to see who will extend their hand first, if there'll be an exchange of pleasantries between the two leaders. But in keeping with the general confusion, the last-minute nature of this summit, we have this 11th hour update on the personnel who will be inside the room when Presidents Trump and Putin meet. We had expected it to be just a one-on-one meeting, as they had in Helsinki back in 2018, along with translators. Well, now we learn from Press Secretary Caroline Levitt that there will be two other men accompanying Donald Trump, his Secretary of State, his Foreign Secretary Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who may be a less familiar name, but he is playing a huge role in this Trump administration. Steve Witkoff has a very limited level of experience when it comes to diplomatic negotiations. He is, in effect, an estate agent. You know, he's a real estate developer who became very close to Donald Trump decades ago. He is one of his closest friends, and I think the fact that he is playing such a key role in Donald Trump's administration, it indicates just how much Donald Trump values loyalty above anything else. You know, Steve Witkoff stood by him after January the 6th, when many of the people who were in his first administration abandoned him. They didn't want anything to do with him. He himself was something of a political pariah at that point. Witkoff stood by his side, and Donald Trump has rewarded him with this key role as peace envoy, you know.
Pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
Not just Ukraine.
No, Israel, Gaza too. He's visited Moscow several times over the past 5 or 6 months. And, you know, seasoned foreign policy experts worry that he may have been hoodwinked into agreeing to this meeting with Vladimir Putin under false pretenses. They worry that he doesn't have the political chops for this sort of occasion.
Yes, it's one of the reasons Donald Trump may not have emerged yet. It is drizzling here in Anchorage, and maybe he's waiting for that to stop. Very light drizzle falling here. Or he may just be waiting for President Putin to get here. The Russians did say Putin would be punctual.
Yep. Trump actually arrived early, though, so that might be a reason for it as well. He was about 15 to 20 minutes ahead of schedule.
Yes. A trip across America to the largest state in America in terms of area.
Yeah, the least populated state. I think it's 1.3 people per square mile here. So it is a wilderness. You know, you're almost as likely to see a bear or a moose here in some places as you are to see another human being. But roughly halfway between Moscow and Washington, D.C. So geographically, I guess it makes sense, although, you know, long journeys for both presidents, over 8 hours for Putin, a similar length for Trump as well.
Yes, well, joining me now is the former Deputy Prime Minister and also Foreign Affairs Minister of Moldova, Nicu Popescu. Thank you for being with us, and forgive me if we break away if we see Donald Trump, but we'll just keep an eye on things. And at the very least, it looks as if Vladimir Putin is going to end up with a bigger foothold in Ukraine. I just wonder how worrying that is for you and your country.
Of course, for Moldova, Ukraine's security is fundamental to Moldova's future, Moldova's liberty and democracy. For now, I prefer not to anticipate too much how this might end in history. There have been many deals that looked like they were imbalanced. They looked like they were not very well prepared, and they were not final, but then they endured. The ceasefire between South Korea and North Korea is one such case where an imperfect and imbalanced deal that seemed like that at the time ensured peace for 70 years. So let's see. I prefer to see the details of the outcomes of today before analyzing rather than speculating. But for Moldova, Ukraine's capacity to defend itself, to be free, is fundamentally important. Yes,
but it does feel as if Donald Trump sees a land for peace deal, effectively annexation of some land, see a kind of deal like that as inevitable. I mean, you don't think it is inevitable?
A lot depends on the details of this. I think the fundamental thing is for Ukraine, for the government in Kiev, for the people in Ukraine that live on the territory controlled by the legitimate government of Kiev, is to stay and have the capacity to remain independent, resilient. And maybe with time we could move to a situation like East Germany and West Germany, which was resolved a few decades later. But I think besides the conversations about potential land swaps, the capacity of today's Ukraine run from Kiev to resist, to defend itself, to stay free for decades ahead is very, very important, and will also, of course, have an influence on the future. But again, the West Germany, East Germany model is not something that should be discarded. And that's why I think what matters is also to look at what happens on those territories that are run by the legitimate government of Kiev.
Yes, I'm just being told that Vladimir Putin's plane is just a minute or two away. But how concerned are the people in Moldova about the threat that Vladimir Putin's Russia could pose going forward?
It is very clear that Russia wants to recapture regional influence and do so with military means. We've seen the Russian aggression in Georgia in 2008, the Russian aggression against Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. So it's very clear Russia wants to regain as much of the former Soviet Union as possible. And it's doing so through hybrid means, through electoral interference, and that's something Russia does now in Moldova. And of course, this is happening besides the large-scale aggression against Ukraine. At the same time, in the last 3.5 years, we have seen Ukraine being able to resist, Ukraine being able to defend its territory, even if it's been losing somewhat some ground in the last year or so. We've seen Ukraine being strong enough not to collapse, not to let Russia advance too fast. And this is where it's extremely important, looking at the years and decades ahead, for the United States, for the states of Europe to be able to continuously support Ukraine so that the Russian army is kept as far away as possible from the borders of NATO, the European Union, and Moldova.
Yeah, well, Nicu, if there is some sort of land swap, as Donald Trump calls it, although the Ukrainians are slightly mystified by where the swap would be, but if there is a land deal, The crucial thing then becomes this whole issue of security guarantees for Ukraine. What do you think those security guarantees should be?
It's very clear but the main way to make sure that a new Russian aggression against Ukraine in a few years or in a few months or a decade down the road does not happen again is to have a Ukraine that is strong, that has the military means, the economic means to rebuild its army and to defend itself, and by doing so keep the Russian army as far away from other European countries as possible. So this is where I don't know exactly, of course, at this stage, no one knows what is the conversation, or very few people know what is the conversation about that Trump and Putin are going to have on who controls what. But another very, very important part of the equation is to make sure that the rest of Ukraine stays free, stays militarily strong and economically viable, so that Russia doesn't try to re-attack again in a few years down the road and achieve those goals that it couldn't achieve after the large-scale invasion of 2022. So this is where basically my plea is to look very carefully at what happens, of course, to who controls what de facto. Of course, the de jure situation is something that matters a lot, but also to make sure that the Europeans and the Americans do not consider that this is the end of it. It's not peace, and the only way to make sure there's not another major war very soon down the road is to have a militarily strong Ukraine.
And on this issue of NATO, do we now rule out any possibility of Ukraine joining NATO?
Well, we've seen the current US administration being clearly very skeptical about it. So let's see how this conversation evolves. But my feeling is that it's very unlikely under the current administration for the American position to change on Ukraine's accession to NATO.
Yes.
What would happen in a few years or in a decade, it's hard to tell.
Yes, because that is one thing that would certainly infuriate Vladimir Putin.
Again, NATO offers legal guarantees, but besides that, there's other ways of keeping Europe and Ukraine peaceful in the next years, and that is having a Ukraine that is capable to defend itself, and having a European Union and a United States that continue military assistance to Ukraine, and that will remain a fundamental factor ensuring or limiting the risks of new war. So a militarily strong and economically viable Ukraine will be a fundamental factor for peace in the next years and decades in this part of the world.
Okay, Nicu Popescu, thank you very much for being with us, and we are keeping an eye, as we have been doing for quite some time now, actually, on an open door and some steps from Air Force One, but it will be quite some moment that we are anticipating here. James Matthews is with the American delegation. And James, we were talking a little earlier about who was going to be with Trump. Would they meet? Putin and Trump meet on their own with only interpreters. We now have some clarity. We're told by the White House that Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff will be with Trump. Is it your understanding from them that there will not be this meeting of just the two in a room together?
Hi, Mark. Yeah, that's my understanding. That's the way it is shaping up, which will come as a comfort to those looking on from out with the United States and who don't trust Donald Trump in the company, one-on-one, tete-a-tete with Vladimir Putin. Critics of Trump, opponents, or seasoned observers who see him as a man whose weaknesses are multi-layered, particularly when it comes to flattery, to vanity, to an urgent need for stature and for legacy, and to think that in that setting, staring into the eyes of Vladimir Putin over the course of 7 hours, that Putin sees somebody who is pliable, who needs his friendship, who wants a reshaping of the world order, and Putin can do him a favour on that. And over the course of 7 hours, during which time Ukraine perhaps is marginalised, Vladimir Putin concentrates more on Trump, the success as he would portray it, Trump, the president who can enjoy more success by doing business with Russia, pursuing these options that will be up for discussion over the course of the day. Critics of Trump and observers think that that is the kind of setting and scenario in which Trump will fail and Ukraine will feel the consequences. So I think it's a comfort that there will be other people in the room. I think the Steve Witkoff thing is interesting, Mark, and Martha was talking about this real estate property lawyer, big buddy of Donald Trump. I mean, he's a man who has a big job. He's the peace envoy, but he has the air for me of the work experience. Who one day you've sent for the lunch, he's done okay. Second day you've told him, right, go out and solve world peace now. I mean, he is a rookie when it comes to dealing with problems on that scale, whether it's Gaza or Moscow. And this business of the one-to-one meeting in Moscow a few weeks ago, it seemed to have triggered this. Witkoff and Putin, with Putin's translator, and Witkoff reportedly having come away with this deal, which actually looked okay and sounded like the Russians were prepared to cede territory. The Russians then having to correct it. It couldn't be more messy. So I can see why Witkoff might be in the room. And I can see Trump saying, OK, Vladimir, this guy says that you're going to give up X, Y, and Z. Are you telling me you got it wrong, or did he get it wrong? Maybe that's the starting point for this meeting. But I think the more people in the room, having American interpreters in the room will be a comfort to many in the United States and certainly many in Ukraine and in the various European capitals.
Yeah, OK, James, I'm just keeping an eye out for President Putin's presidential jet and will continue to do so. Let's speak to Ivor Bennett, who's with the Russia delegation. And Ivor, just we're talking about who's with Trump and the fact that it may lack some experience. Trump in this second term has gone for loyalty over experience. So what happens here will be quite interesting. Talk to us about the Russian delegation, because they really do look sort of battle-hardened, diplomatically speaking.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. I think the gulf in experience between the two delegations really couldn't be bigger. So Vladimir Putin is accompanied by his veteran foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, who's been in the job more than 20 years. He is a real diplomatic heavyweight, battle-hardened, as you say. And he's also got his foreign policy aide there, Yuri Ushakov, normally kind of operates behind the scenes, but he has come to the forefront with these negotiations with the US because, again, he has a whole wealth of experience. He was a former US ambassador. He was there between 1998 and 2012, I believe, a substantial period of time, certainly. And he's been Putin's foreign policy aide since then as well. So between them, they've got decades of experience, decades. And on the other side of the table, there are people who have been in the job only days. Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff. Witkoff, his background is in real estate rather than realpolitik. I mean, they are the gulf in experience, as I say, really couldn't be bigger. It's men against boys in many ways. And I think the sense, certainly in Ukraine and Europe, is that the Trump administration, with figures like Steve Witkoff, simply don't understand what Putin's goals are in Ukraine. All this talk this week from Trump is about land swaps, territory, focusing very much on what's happening on the ground. But it's not just about territory for Vladimir Putin. It's also about the bigger picture, the geopolitical picture. He doesn't really overall want Ukraine to exist as a sovereign nation. He essentially wants to use it as a buffer zone against NATO. And the feeling in Ukraine is if Vladimir Putin is given any territory at all, he'll be rewarded for his invasion of Ukraine, and he will just come back for more at some point in the future.
Yes, and I guess that the strategy of Putin and his delegation will be to either get a deal that's just too good to refuse, or to prolong things, delay things, and buy some time.
Yeah, that's right. And let's remember that Vladimir Putin is a master negotiator, a former KGB agent who's been doing this kind of thing for decades. So he will know exactly how he wants this to play out. And as we've seen during Trump's last presidency, he can call all the shots and pull the strings, but make Trump believe that he is the one in charge. And I think we'll get that here today. His long-term ultimate goal is to secure all of Russia's aims. He has shown no intention of backing down from his red lines or his maximalist demands. I don't think he's going to start now. But his short-term goal is to take the pressure off Russia, the pressure that has been building from Donald Trump. So he'll have to give the appearance of making a concession. He knows Donald Trump cannot lose face here. He staked a lot on this summit, and he'll know that Trump will have something to show from this. He has to have something to show from this. So I think we'll get the promise of something that Trump can point to progress. Perhaps that'll be a loose promise of another meeting with Vladimir Zelensky, which Trump has talked up the prospect of. But if that's the case, I think there will be caveats. I think there will be strings attached. So it might actually be, although it might sound good, it might actually, in reality, prove unachievable, certainly in the short term. Or he will try and distract Donald Trump with other things and potential sweeteners. Putin has talked up the prospect of potentially discussing a new nuclear arms control treaty here at this summit. And if that's the case, that's exactly the kind of thing that Trump can point to say that, look, Russia does want peace in the broad sense, and Trump will take credit for that, but in reality, it just doesn't move the dial on Ukraine at all. There's quiet in the tent here
Ivor,
because we're
sorry to
hearing
interrupt you.
a plane overhead.
Yes, I was going to say, you're hearing it, we're seeing it, and we're told it is the Kremlin presidential jet, and President Putin will be on board that jet. I'm told that in the battle of the presidential jet, Putin's has a wider wingspan, but is slightly shorter, I think. That's that, and Putin has arrived, and Martha Kelner is with me here. And Martha, President Trump's still on Air Force One, and you are hearing that he's being greeted by the governor, Republican, I should say, governor of Alaska.
Yeah, Alaska, a red state, clearly. Donald Trump's landed about half an hour ago, just over half an hour ago, and he's been spending much of that time, I'm told, talking to the Alaska governor, as you say, Republican Mike Dunleavy, also the Alaska senators Lisa Murkowski and Dan Sullivan. I actually went to Governor Mike Dunleavy's office in Anchorage yesterday and was asking him about this meeting. He said he's expecting, hoping that there will be a peace deal at the end of today. I don't know, it feels quite ambitious to me that there will be a deal done by the end of the day. But I also asked him, about this suggestion that Putin is being rewarded here with this visit to a US military base, with this face-to-face meeting with the US president, being rewarded for his invasion of a sovereign nation. And he said to me, I don't think that he is. He said, I think this is an opportunity for the president to sit down face-to-face with him. He said that the president is going to ascertain really quickly in a face-to-face meeting whether Putin's serious or not for peace. And of course, Donald Trump has said this week that he believes that he will know whether Vladimir Putin is serious within a couple of minutes of being with him. Yeah. I presume he means a couple of minutes of being in that bilateral meeting with him rather than when they greet each other on the tarmac.
Yeah, and the choreography of this sort of aircraft diplomacy is extraordinary, isn't it? You know, these huge jets rocking up in Alaska and outstep these presidents for this historic meeting, and those jets will await. Yeah. Well, if the Russians, if that's true, 6 or 7 hours, they'll have to wait some time, but it may not be that long. Donald Trump has said that he would know in 2 or 3 minutes whether Putin was serious about a deal. Whether that means Trump would walk out after 2 or 3 minutes if he's not serious about a deal, I don't think that is going to happen. But it'll be interesting to see how long it goes on. It'll be interesting to see who turns up for the news conference afterwards. Both of them, just President Trump, he's agreed to do one anyway. So all those will be signs of how well this extraordinary summit has gone.
The Kremlin and the White House will obviously have been in close contact ahead of this summit to choreograph this, you know, whose plane is going to arrive first. Donald Trump always planned to wait on board Air Force One until Putin was on the ground. You'd expect Donald Trump to come down the stairs first and be waiting at the end of that red carpet for Vladimir Putin. We're also hearing, Mark, that after that initial meeting, which will involve President Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, there is this expanded bilateral meeting, or rather a lunch that is planned. The same characters will be present for that, so Rubio and Witkoff, but also the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Chief of Staff Susie Wiles will also join in that meeting. The fact that the Treasury Secretary and the Commerce Secretary will be there, perhaps an indication that Donald Trump is willing to broaden out this meeting beyond Ukraine to commercial interests. He is, after all, the man who, wrote The Art of the Deal. So it indicates that he will be willing to chat business should the talks about Ukraine go to plan. And certainly that's what Moscow are hoping for. They've got lots of business advisors in the delegation with Vladimir Putin as well.
Yes, I mean, Donald Trump is well aware that President Putin is quite keen to broaden this whole summit, not just Ukraine, but, as you say, talk of those other subjects. And James Matthews is with the Trump delegation. And James, presumably, Donald Trump would be quite willing to broaden it out into a much bigger summit in terms of the areas of that they're going to talk about.
Yeah, I think he absolutely would, Mark. And bear in mind that there is a bigger picture here, as we have been discussing. Donald Trump, he likes the idea of geopolitical change that enhances the influence of himself and the United States, and Putin he views as a partner in that exercise. So on the political front, there is a value in a relationship with Vladimir Putin. On the financial front, clearly there is business to be done. And as we well know that Donald Trump is a transactional businessman at heart. I think therein lies potentially an advantage for Vladimir Putin. Mark, I think the more that he can broaden it out, the more or the smaller the Ukrainian problem appears to be. I can see a Putin strategy whereby, he talks big, he talks bigger picture, financial opportunity, political opportunity, marginalizing China perhaps. That will come up in the context of where these two take the politics of the world at large. I can see Putin, presenting that big picture in which Ukraine forms a very small part. I can see him likening it to, California, Gavin Newsom, governor of California. I can see Putin saying, look, we are big players on the world stage. We are the individuals who would shape the direction and define the world direction from here on in. People like, for you, Gavin Newsom, for me, Vladimir Zelensky, they're cameo players in all of this. A little local difficulty. If that's how Putin can define the Ukrainian issue over the course of 7 hours, during which much is to be discussed, I can see that playing with Donald Trump. He will take away from it much in terms of promise and perhaps a changed perspective on Ukraine. Putin trying essentially to dilute the Ukrainian issue in Putin's eyes. So we'll see where the strategy takes us. I mean, right now, it's all about the picture, isn't it? The two presidential aircraft nose to nose. You mentioned that Putin has the wider wingspan. Size matters to Donald Trump, as we well know. That's why he wants Air Force One replaced by a Qatari jet. When the two meet, the plan is well choreographed. They will walk down the steps, meet at the end of that red carpet on the tarmac, and then be transported into a nearby building for talks. Ultimately, they will join us here in this Alaska Warrior Center. That's the event, the auditorium, the events auditorium. That's what it's called on this air base. But it will be a picture. Size matters to Donald Trump. He's 6'3". Vladimir Putin is 5'7". So that will give Donald Trump the photographic moment, I suppose. And we'll see what the interaction is. They haven't met since 2019. They had an extremely awkward meeting in Helsinki. You'll remember when Trump was embarrassed by his support for Vladimir Putin over his own intelligence officials who told him Vladimir Putin, Russia, had tried to interfere with the 2016 election in which you were elected. Trump stood on a stage in Helsinki and he backed Putin against his own intelligence community only later to turn that round. So, they have had their moments. They haven't gone particularly well necessarily for Donald Trump. He hopes to exploit this occasion over the coming hours, a 3-on-3 meeting, and thereafter there will be this breakout into the wider discussion over wider issues. But I think the concern, as we've been discussing, Mark, is generalities of a president who's come here and has been offering a running commentary since he left the White House this morning. He tweeted on Truth Social, or posted, high stakes, 3 exclamation marks in capital letters. Thereafter, on board Air Force One, he spoke about the meeting ahead, spoke about how Ukraine would not be allowed to join NATO, a key issue at the heart of all of this. Said he wanted to see a ceasefire, wouldn't be happy if he didn't see one, but didn't offer any consequences, as he would see it, of no ceasefire today. That's in contrast. That's a generality. And in Ukraine and in Europe, they would see it as a weakness, because in Ukraine and Europe, they've said no ceasefire today, then we will increase sanctions. That's what they want to hear from Donald Trump, and they have not going into this meeting. From a president who has had much to say, riffing all the way here to Alaska, to the tarmac of this historic air base, and to this meeting imminent now with Vladimir Putin on the tarmac, up the red carpet, and into discussions.
Yes, James, thank you very much indeed. And as we can see, the scene is set for this meeting between Donald Trump, the handshake, and Vladimir Putin. His plane on the right-hand side, Air Force One on the left-hand side. 8:05 in the UK, 11:05 in the morning here in Anchorage, and there on the steps of the American aircraft, you can see the words "Watch your step," and Donald Trump is going to have to do that in this meeting with Vladimir Putin. And many fear, many in Europe, certainly many in Ukraine, fear that he will fall into President Putin's trap, that President Putin will sell the idea of some sort of land deal to Donald Trump, knowing that it's a plan that President Zelensky could never accept, and then Donald Trump would then blame Zelensky for holding the whole thing up, because Donald Trump is keen to get a deal done pretty quickly. So it says watch your step. He'll have to do that, and it does seem though that Donald Trump Martha feels pretty upbeat, positive about things.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of time on the sort of 8-hour plane journey over talking to journalists. He spent 20 minutes answering questions. He was asked by a reporter whether he thought that today would be a breakthrough. He said, "I hope so." I think it's interesting the way his language about this meeting has changed over the past week. It was described earlier on in the week as a listening exercise, something that was just the first step, and that there would be other more important meetings that followed. Then we woke up today to a Truth Social post in bold capital letters that this was a high stakes meeting, and now talk about potentially getting a deal over the line today. So
yeah, so there he is. The President of the United States of America emerges from Air Force One. Big moment for Trump. But this, of course, is a president who relishes big moments. Indeed, in many ways, his presidency is about creating big moments just like this. And I assume the plan is for him to get to the bottom of those steps and then go off to welcome President Putin to this Air Force base. And there is the picture. Two presidents about to, I won't say decide the future of Ukraine, but certainly talk about the future of Ukraine and have huge influence on what that future is for Ukraine. And although many in Ukraine will welcome the fact that this is happening, that things are moving perhaps towards a ceasefire, there will equally be many in Ukraine who are very worried about what is about to happen. So each of them walk down their respective red carpets and will soon be together. And for Vladimir Putin, he couldn't get here quickly enough, Martha. This is an opportunity for him. Donald Trump has given him that opportunity. He has been a pariah, certainly in the West, and Donald Trump has given him the opportunity to come here and take his place back at the top table of global diplomacy, and that, I guess, is already a victory for Putin, who is just walking behind that jet and is emerging now.
And a little clap from President Trump to announce the arrival of Vladimir Putin.
And there it is, all looked good-natured. They look pretty pleased to see each other. And that man on the left is out of the diplomatic deep freeze, certainly as far as the West is concerned. And it'll be interesting to see if they are going to speak beforehand. James Matthews is with the American delegation. James, tell us the plan. What is the plan? Are they going to speak before they get down to talks?
It would surprise me if they spoke publicly here, Mark. I'm in an event centre where there are 2 podiums set up with the tagline "Pursuing Peace" written behind. I think that's when we'll hear from both these individuals. I'm very happy. President Trump clapping the arrival of Vladimir Putin and big smiles. You know, this is the superpower moment, the smile and the shake of men who hold peace in their hands. A defining moment for both men.
So the assembled press there, shouting their questions. How can the US trust your word, was shouted at Putin. And if he did answer, I didn't see him answer. And so off they go to these talks, which the Russians have said could go on for 6 or 7 hours. And I would think that is something that the Americans are not prepared for.
Yeah, the White House indicated earlier this week that they expected the talks to last for 3 hours, and I think that's more of the time frame that Donald Trump would be expecting. You know, he does not want to be locked in a room with Vladimir Putin for 6 hours. We can actually hear just above where we are now fighter jets.
There we are, yes.
We can see in the distance.
Fly past has just roared over our head. A number of, there it is in the sky is a display of American military might right over Vladimir Putin's head.
Yeah, flying in diamond formation. They left from that joint base Elmendorf-Richardson, and not an unfamiliar sight in this part of Alaska. There's lots of air training exercises around here, but yeah, I'm sure there'll be a few demonstrations of American strength for Vladimir Putin today. Interestingly, on the flip side, I've been told that the Russian journalists who were flying over on the jet chartered by the Kremlin, they were eating chicken Kiev on their way over here, perhaps a dig to Ukraine there.
And the 2 presidents, extraordinary shot, actually, 2 presidents together. Off they go for the talks, and they were chatting. I mean, Donald Trump seemed to be doing most of the chatting in the back of that car, but off they go to do a lot more talking. And it really is quite some moment, isn't it? I mean, although the narrative is that Putin asked for the meeting, it was Trump who, and there's the handshake again, it was Trump who allowed it to happen, and allowed it to happen without seeking anything in return. Certainly not a ceasefire.
Mm-hmm. You know, Vladimir Putin on US soil, and many people viewed that as a concession of sorts by Vladimir Putin, that he would come to America. But I actually think it's almost the opposite in many ways, because this is exactly what Putin wants. As we've been saying, you know, he was an international pariah. He invaded a sovereign nation. He is wanted for alleged war crimes by the International Criminal Court. And here he is walking step in step with the most powerful man in the world, the US president. And what a picture that is. You know, you can really get a sense of the size of the 2 men there. Donald Trump is
I think they were there acknowledging the flypast that
right.
just happened. But yeah, sorry, go on.
No, Donald Trump, sort of an imposing figure, and he will be wanting to take control of this situation right from the off.
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine?
So the shouted questions, both presidents deciding clearly not to answer. James Matthews is, I was talking to James just before the handshake there, and Russian TV, James, have been shouting this very point about Trump sort of allowing Putin back. They've said Trump has brought the Russian leader out of the diplomatic deep freeze and given him the chance to cajole the American leader face to face. And so there's no question that Putin and the Russian media are very pleased by what Donald Trump has allowed Putin to do here.
Yes, Mark. I mean, who can deny this is so far, and we're a couple of minutes in, but who can deny that this is very much a victory for Vladimir Putin? We've seen nothing less in extraordinary scenes of a man, an aggressor, an international pariah, who's wanted as a war criminal in countless other countries, indicted by the International Criminal Court, who has launched, in the build-up to this meeting, has intensified attacks on Ukraine. And this same individual, this aggressor, arrives at this airbase and is applauded onto the tarmac by the United States President. There was nothing less than a military flyover for Vladimir Putin. You know, the outside world, Ukraine, European allies, they're looking at this and they want a robust US president. They certainly want a neutral starting point for discussions. But what they have seen there, you know, the optics of that, the warmth displayed by Donald Trump, everything the optics say about the power dynamic in that relationship, that's not going to go down well for people looking on in Kyiv and elsewhere. And, you know, the two men, they went into the Beast together, the back of the Beast. Putin, interestingly, escorted down the red carpet by very close personal security. But now, you know, they get into the meat of the matter. But I think just in terms of the spectacle that we have seen so far, if anybody thought this was going to be a US president, you know, putting the boot in, laying down red lines, being tough with Vladimir Putin, they will be uneasy at the scenes that we have just witnessed.
Yes, and Ivor Bennett is with the Russian delegation. And Ivor, I mean, obviously the Russians won't see it this way. They won't see it as, you know, bringing Putin back from the cold. How will they see it? How do they view this summit?
No, I think they do see it as a big win. When the summit was announced last week after Steve Witkoff's visit to Moscow, where that deadline was looming for Russia to agree to a ceasefire or sanctions, and then that invitation for a summit emerged, and Vladimir Putin adeptly dodged that deadline. One popular Russian newspaper, it ran the headline simply, "Putin won." It was very triumphant, a lot of the coverage claiming that Putin had bought time, another kind of expert maneuver from the master negotiator, playing his opponents like a fiddle to get what he wanted here. And so they are making, you know, they're not hiding from the fact that they see this as a big win for Russia. And this is exactly the moment that Vladimir Putin wanted. As Jeff said, it is a meeting of great powers. He's being seen as an equal. Donald Trump, as you see, has rolled out the red carpet for a man who's wanted for war crimes. This time last week, Donald Trump was threatening sanctions on Russia, but he's invited him here as a guest, welcomed him here for a summit, despite Vladimir Putin offering no concessions whatsoever. And it doesn't look like from these pictures, the start of this meeting, that Donald Trump has any intention of getting tough and threatening more sanctions on Vladimir Putin. One thing that was interesting that you've mentioned, Mark, is that comment from the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov on the way here, that they plan these talks to last for 6 to 7 hours, longer than the White House had scheduled them for. I think that kind of points to two things, perhaps, that Russia is framing this as a very significant juncture in US-Russia bilateral relations. That's partly why I think Putin stopped off at that war memorial on the way here in Russia's Far East, a war memorial that honours US-Soviet cooperation in World War II. He's signalling what he wants to get out of this summit, which is the start of a great new chapter in US-Russia relations. I think it also shows that Vladimir Putin hopes to kind of bamboozle his opponent here and the US delegation. Putin is known for being across all the details, all the facts, all the legal arguments, all the history, and Donald Trump is the opposite, and Vladimir Putin will know that. He will seek to exploit that. He will try and get into all those legal arguments and run rings around the US delegation to try and convince Donald Trump the quickest path to peace is a deal on Russia's terms.
Yeah, okay, Ivor, thank you very much. Joining me now is Ole Shamshur, who is former Ukrainian ambassador to the US. And I just wonder, Ambassador, what do you think when you watch these pictures of Donald Trump shaking hands with Vladimir Putin, the two of them going off in the same car for talks and lunch and so forth? What are your thoughts?
Well, frankly speaking, and unsurprisingly, it was almost hallucinating seeing the leader of the democratic world tapping the hand, almost chumming up with the war criminal, aggressor, killer. It was, in a way, it was even, frankly speaking, disgusting. And it only strengthens my apprehensions as far as the possible outcome of the meeting is concerned. As I'm quite sure it augurs quite bad for Ukraine and for establishing really a lasting peace in Ukraine and avoiding further conflagration on the European continent.
I mean, do you have trust in the man who was in our picture there, Donald Trump? Do you have trust in Donald Trump to do the right thing by your country?
Well, I cannot speak for the leaders of my country, but I have very serious doubts, and I have been always critical of Donald Trump in general, and as far as his approach to Ukraine, to war in Ukraine is concerned. And I think that what we have seen, it only strengthened the argument that Trump definitely clings to the idea to the idea of having possibilities to speak with Putin, not as an adversary, not as with an enemy, but as a partner. And I think that one of the issues which will be discussed, that will be the issue of revamping, refurbishing U.S.-Russian relations. And definitely Putin knows how to play on the false ideas, illusions of Donald Trump, who really wishes to implement some absolutely, in my view, illusionary economic projects or trying to revamp the rules of the world politics with Russia or to drag Russia off China. Definitely, Putin will be playing all those cards. And as I said, it augurs quite well, quite bad for the possible outcome of this meeting for Ukraine.
There's lots of talk about territory. Donald Trump has talked about land swaps. Putin seems to want the rest of Donbass. I think it's about 18% or so that you still have. Putin wants that. Would Ukraine ever give that up?
Well, definitely there is a difficult reality on the front, but definitely we were quite adamant to not to allow further violation of our territorial integrity. What wants Putin is to add the Donbass to the land grabs he already made in Ukraine, occupying a new territory in addition to the territory and to Crimea occupied in 2014. The public opinion of Ukraine is definitely would like to end this war, but we cannot end the war at no matter at the basis of no matter what. Because it should be understood that if the world, the United States, Europe allows Putin to implement even the part of his plan for Ukraine, that would be the prelude to the new war, new aggression of Russia. And in this case, it would encompass not only Ukraine, but enter so-called the Article 5 territory, the territory of the European members of NATO. And to make that, it should be understood that...
Okay, Ambassador, I'm going to interrupt you, and we're going to listen to the two presidents.
Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, President. Thank you, President.
Why is your President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, President. 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 Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, President. Thank you, President.
And not much being said from the two presidents. We'll wait and see if they did say anything, because obviously it will be important to hear what they did say. But very unusual if they did. I mean, Donald Trump usually takes the opportunity to talk then. I don't know whether we do have material of them speaking. We'll find out. And no, we don't. I'm being told in my ear we don't yet. So interesting there, Martha, that normally Donald Trump seizes on those opportunities to, get his word in first and dominate the proceedings, doesn't he? I mean, you remember, how many other presidents has he done it to? No, obviously everybody remembers Zelensky, which was a very awkward moment, but other presidents too. President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, he dominates these things. And I wonder whether on this occasion the Russians said, this ain't going to happen.
Yeah, it does seem like, on the face of it, another show of deference to Vladimir Putin, because like you say, he usually takes every single opportunity he can to speak to the media. Journalists there clearly desperate to get a question to both presidents. When they stood side by side, Mark, on the tarmac after coming down the stairs of their respective planes, journalists were shouting questions, especially at President Putin. He was asked, will you agree to a ceasefire? He was asked, did you underestimate Ukraine? He was asked, how can the US trust your word? He was also asked, will you stop killing civilians? At that point, he pointed to his ear and he almost seemed to smirk at the question. And then something quite remarkable happened. The two presidents walked off together and they got into the Beast, that big heavily armoured presidential limo, together. And that is unusual. You wouldn't normally see President Trump sharing his own private vehicle with another head of state, no less an adversary. He was thinking of inviting the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un to join him in the Beast when they met in Singapore in 2018 during his first term. His advisors then warned him against it. Well, now he doesn't have those same advisors in his ear. Instead, he has these friends of his that basically allow him to do whatever he thinks is best and are very much in tandem with him when it comes to foreign, diplomatic relations. And so you see Putin side by side in Trump's car, grinning out of the window. There's a still photo of President Putin smiling, and I'm sure they're not smiling when they're watching those pictures in Ukraine.
No. I wonder, can we speak to Ivor Bennett? Is Ivor Bennett still there? Right, we can't speak to Ivor. I'm interested to know because, we're interested to speak to Ivor because to get from the Russian delegation what they have agreed to with this hastily arranged summit. And we saw there the kind of chaos as the two presidents sat down and shook hands. And I say unusual that certainly President Trump doesn't take the opportunity to speak. Dominic Waghorn is in Kyiv. And, well, Dominic, what do you make of it all? And what I hate to say it, but more importantly, what do the people of Ukraine make of it all, do you think?
Yeah, well, Mark, we've been monitoring what Ukrainians are making of these extraordinary scenes from Anchorage and what they're saying on social media. Our teams here have been monitoring some of the comments, and Azad Safarov, our Ukrainian producer, has been monitoring his Facebook page. He says on his page alone there are hundreds of people commenting about this. They are disgusted, and people are really angry. One comment from one of them: "It's disgusting seeing Trump greeting Putin in a friendly way with a red carpet. Putin occupies territories. He destroys entire cities. He kills, rapes, robs, kidnaps, tortures, and as a result receives a red carpet welcome." I wonder what the American military thinks, says another Ukrainian, when their commander-in-chief shakes the sweaty hand of a murderer. The first questions from journalists: Putin, do you agree to a ceasefire? Did you underestimate Ukraine? Are you ready to stop killing civilians? That was something we heard shortly after these pictures were taken, when Putin and Trump walked down the red carpet and are throwing questions by journalists. And as this Ukrainian comments and notes on Facebook, Putin just smiled in response and waved his small sweaty hand. That is geopolitics for you, says that Ukrainian rather philosophically. So I think that's probably a sense of the kind of response here from Ukrainians who will be nauseated by these scenes. The thing is, Mark, there are ways of welcoming world leaders for historic summits, and there are ways of welcoming alleged indicted war criminals. Donald Trump could have done this in a way where he could have been seen to be metaphorically holding his nose, keeping his distance. But instead, he has, as we've been saying, been rolling out the red carpet. He has given Vladimir Putin full honours in this welcome, complete with a military flypast above, and then welcoming the Russian president into the back of Cadillac One, where we saw Putin sniggering, I think we can assume pretty much on purpose, for the cameras laughing in the back of Cadillac One. That is going to cause, obviously, disgust around the world, but particularly here in Ukraine. But I think Ukrainians will say they're not hugely surprised by this, and this is sending a clear message, not just to them, but also to Ukraine's European allies, a clear message that this is how Donald Trump sees where his sympathies lie, and that has been made pretty clear throughout his presidency. His diplomats have voted for the Russians on the Russian side in the UN. He has, at many turns in this conflict, given the Russian leader the benefits of the doubt, and he has let Vladimir Putin wriggle off the hook. Most recently, when he seemed poised on the brink of imposing much more severe sanctions on the Russians, he took this opportunity to let Vladimir Putin wriggle off the hook again, and extended this invitation to this meeting in Alaska instead. So I think there'll be, I think, deep concern amongst Ukrainians that the pictures they're seeing here, Mark, today, and I think they will say to their European allies, this is a very clear message. And I think we have to remember, Donald Trump is somebody who understands the power of television pictures more than many others, probably more than anyone else of his generation in politics. This is a scene that he would have thought through with his advisors, will be very happy about, and is clearly broadcasting a certain picture to the world that he will be aware of. It's not accidental. Quite why he's doing this is not yet clear, but it is sending a clear message to the world, a message that is appalling, as I say, and nauseating Ukrainians watching on television.
Dominic, thank you very much. Let's just have a look at the latest pictures we are seeing from inside the building, and there is no sound on these pictures. We await that, if indeed there was any. As I say, it may well be that that the Russians didn't want that to happen. James Matthews is at the airbase with the American delegation. And James, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Donald Trump would normally seize the opportunity and would, hold court for what? Well, you see it day in, day out. Hold court for an hour, 2 hours.
Yeah, he would very much be the man in charge of an occasion like this, Mark. I think Dominic made a very good point, Mark. You know, this business of the presentation of today. Donald Trump is a man, he's showbiz. Remember The Apprentice, and he knows TV. Look at the way he works TV. Look at, when he recovered from COVID. There was a mini movie made of that, and he's all about being on camera, about the camera being on him, whatever he does, several times a day. He's in your face. And he's fully aware this is a defining moment for his presidency and for his legacy. And if you were a TV producer who wanted to make the movie of Donald Trump, the peacemaker, you would have done exactly what he has today. From the word go, there have been pictures all over it, the departure from the White House, words on Air Force One, the wave at Air Force One, the spectacle of the landing in this far corner of the United States, the red carpet, planes nose to nose, and of course the superpower moment, the handshake of two of the most powerful men on the planet, all smiles, stopping for photographs, and nothing less than a military flyover, which has so nauseated people in Ukraine. That's Donald Trump, the movie maker, and he's making Donald Trump the movie here today. He knows the importance of picture. But interestingly, as you point out, Mark, he knows the importance of politeness in the company of a man he respects. I've been in the Oval Office in the company of Donald Trump, Mark. I was in the Oval Office when he signed the trade deal with the United Kingdom. And I got a keen sense there of how he manages an event like that. He's the silverback in the room. When he's speaking, everybody remains silent. That day, actually, and you talk about the special relationship. On a day he was signing a trade deal with the United Kingdom, I thought the UK didn't come off terribly well from that. We had Peter Mandelson, the ambassador, standing by his shoulder. A trade deal which on that day was beneficial to the United States. It wasn't everything that the UK wanted. I remember Donald Trump, Peter Mandelson, he's a gay man. Donald Trump at one stage during that press conference in which we were celebrating the special relationship, supposedly, he made a crack about Pete Buttigieg, who is a gay politician in the United States. He spoke about him being on a bicycle with his husband. I suppose that's great, he said. And I thought, how inappropriate in the company of Peter Mandelson to speak in such an offensive, vulgar fashion. But that's Donald Trump. That's the way he operates. He's ignorant to the sensitivities of people around him when he speaks. He's very much the man in charge, likes to be the man in charge. I think what we've seen in the past 10 minutes is an acknowledgement by the man himself. He's not really, or not necessarily, in charge when he is in the company of Putin. I'm in no doubt the Russians would have made it clear to Trump beforehand that, look, we don't want questions. We've seen how messy that can get. We've seen and we've heard the kind of awkward questions we can get asked. We don't want to engage with that kind of forum. If Trump wasn't told beforehand, he clearly got the message as Putin sat silently next to him. And as Martha pointed out, You know, Putin was asked very pointed questions when they posed, and we're looking at the picture now, side by side. Will you stop killing civilians, Mr. Putin? He gave it a death stare, smiled, pointed to the air. Well, one imagines, and many people will hope, that that's not the last pointed question that Vladimir Putin is asked today. If not by the press, then by Donald Trump himself face to face.
And James, thank you very much. We're just getting confirmation. So the bilateral meeting between President Trump and President Putin has, and their delegations, has now begun. That is the room where there will be a news conference afterwards. And if the Russians are to be believed, it might be some while yet. The Russians talking about 6 or 7 hours. But that's where that will happen. No confirmation, I have to say, although there are both flags there, whether President Putin will attend that news conference. But that's the room where that will happen. As to the other picture we saw, which was Donald Trump and President Putin sitting side by side, we're hearing now that there was nothing said, really. The leaders, there they are, the leaders sat silently with their delegations seated to the side. A lot of shouting from the press, but nothing at all substantial. You just saw President Trump say, "Thank you very much, thank you," and not taking the opportunity to say anything substantial, and although he probably wanted to, because that's what he likes doing, but I would think that President Putin didn't want to get drawn in to anything at all in that situation, and so that transpired, and the press was ushered out at 11:27 Anchorage time, and so about what's that, about 15 minutes ago or so, and the meeting is underway. So that's what we can say about all that. So now we basically wait. Joining me now is the former Russian diplomat Boris Bondarev, who worked for the Russian mission to the United Nations before resigning in 2022 over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Thank you very much for being with us. And what do you make of the scenes we've seen so far? President Trump's very warm welcome of President Putin.
Well, I'm not really surprised. And I think that what Trump did mean when he invited Putin to the United States. So he wants to make some kind of a pact with Putin, a deal, somehow to tear him away from China, to make him a situational ally or something. So I think Donald Trump wants President Putin to like him, as he likes President Putin. And President Putin seems to be quite, he looks like deep inside, he laughs. He's laughing at everything that's going on around because he feels his superiority, because that's what he has achieved. Trump still has achieved nothing in stopping the war that Putin had started. And now Putin is with Trump, invited by him into his own country. Well, it's a second Putin's successful invasion. First of Ukraine, now of the United States. He's very lucky.
Well, that is one way of putting it. But what do you think then? Let's look at both men and what they want from this meeting. What will President Putin be wanting from this summit?
Ideally, he would want Trump to agree on whatever demands Putin will put forward regarding Ukraine, regarding the international peace and security, regarding European security, regarding the newly established Russian sphere of influence that would encompass, ideally, the former Warsaw Pact area, if you remember, including Eastern Europe. But I think for now he will be trying to make Trump his friend. So he doesn't want to disappoint Trump, but also he understands that Trump is a weak position. He puts himself in this weak position. He bets on this summit too much, and now Trump is a hostage of his own willingness to make a deal with Putin. So Putin is in a stronger position. He can demand something from Trump just to stay, just to not walk away. So I think he already thinks that that is already his victory. Maybe not, very big victory, but still it's a first step to a very good development of the situation for him.
Well, that's interesting. You say he's a hostage to Putin in this situation. You then think Putin has all the cards in this summit, do you? I mean, because the other way of looking at it is that Donald Trump could, if President Putin is not serious about wanting to work towards a ceasefire, he could impose sanctions, secondary sanctions. He could start giving more military aid to Ukraine. Do you think that's not what Donald Trump would do?
Well, we will see it very soon, I think. But for now, Donald Trump has all the cards, really. But he doesn't seem to be willing to use this card, to play these cards against Putin. And Putin also has some cards. He is strengthening his position in Ukraine. He shows that he is very, very self-confident. He's breaking through this diplomatic isolation made by the West, but this diplomatic isolation hasn't ever really existed. But anyway, now it's in the eyes of the Western community, it's broken. So he has some cards to play, and he will. So I don't know. One thing that prevents President Trump from playing his cards is this, I don't know, it seems to me irrational inclination to President Putin, is irrational respect to Putin, irrational wish to be liked by those like Putin, by those strongmen. And Donald Trump brings into world politics a lot of irrational. That's the fact.
Yes, it's interesting. I mean, Vladimir Putin always has the appearance of a man who thinks he has all the cards, even when he doesn't, it seems to me. Is the situation, do you think, in Ukraine and with the war, a problem for Putin? Because he's made some progress recently, but things are not going well, certainly not as well as he hoped they would go in February 2022.
Exactly, and that's how he plays his game. And he can give a masterclass to all of European politicians, political leaders, including Donald Trump. He is stuck in Ukraine. He obviously cannot win this war in Ukraine, but he's not desperate. He is using different avenues, diplomacy, United States, sowing disunity into the European Union or something. So he's using whatever instruments are at his disposal, unlike Western leaders who are committed too much only to economic sanctions, for instance, and who are too afraid to use other tools, other instruments of pressure, other confrontational steps to make, which are necessary to talk some reason into Vladimir Putin. Because you see, you look at him, he seems very, very happy, I'd say, quite, in high spirits, because he believes that the situation is going into the right direction for him. And Americans cannot do anything to prevent from this situation from aggravating for them. So it's not about Putin. It's not that Putin is so smart, but Putin has been always very lucky with his counterparts because they have been always far inferior to him.
It's interesting. In February 2022, before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, he made that long speech, that rambling speech about what he called the fiction of Ukrainian statehood. And he talked about the madness that allowed Ukraine to become independent in 1991. Do you think that Putin has changed his mind at all, one little bit, on that? Or do you think exactly the same?
No, he's 72 years old. How often a person in this age can change his mind totally? No, of course. And this he made this story of Ukrainian independence, sovereignty, and even existence an existential story for him. He cannot do without Ukraine. He must do something with Ukraine. Yeah, and he must subjugate it. And so, if Trump says, "Okay, Vladimir, okay, I don't care about Ukraine. Do what you wish," then I think President Trump may get his temporary ceasefire. I believe very limited, very restricted, and for a very short period of time. But that's what Putin wants. He wants his control over Ukraine as a sign that the Western countries, NATO alliance, United States, do not wish and are very much afraid of the very idea of confronting Putin directly. And that's then his goal, his primary goal of humiliating the West and President Trump and all other European leaders will be achieved. It's very strange and awkward that European leaders cannot, or maybe they won't see it. But that's the situation as it is.
Okay, Boris Bondarev, very interesting. Thank you for joining us on the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's go again to those pictures. We showed the pictures of the two sitting side by side just a moment ago. We didn't have the sound. Let's just have a look at those pictures with sound now.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After you yelled out of a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to go.
Thank you, press.
Thank you.
So neither president answering those questions. A frown from President Putin when asked if he would refrain from killing civilians in Ukraine, and various other shouted questions. But as we saw there, neither president willing to talk. And Martha, it's interesting, isn't it? Because that was just a very brief appearance with the two men. And I wonder, we were just been talking about it just now, I wonder how that was, organised and agreed upon, Yeah,
and like you've been saying, Mark, it must have taken all the self-restraint that Donald Trump could possibly muster not to engage with those questions. Some of the questions shouted at the two presidents included, Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Will you commit to not killing any more civilians? And after that question about killing civilians, Vladimir Putin appeared to answer by putting his hands around his mouth to make himself heard. And at that point he said, let's go, let's go. And the press were ushered out of the room. He clearly doesn't want to be answering those sort of questions on American soil. There was a translator sat directly to Vladimir Putin's right, and then his foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, alongside President Trump, as expected, was his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. So an unusually silent press conference there, or press spray as they call it, pool spray, where a certain group of domestic media representatives are allowed into the room. Clearly journalists screaming questions over one another, desperate to try and glean anything that they can from the two men in the room. But really, we learned very little.
Well, it's also difficult to see where an agreement is going to be, because if you believe Boris Bondarev there, who knows the Russian regime quite well, if you believe what he had to say, Putin hasn't changed his mind about any of this, and he still has all of Ukraine in his sights, just as he did in that speech before the full-scale invasion. Nothing's changed. It's just that, you know, what did he say? He said that he wants to be liked by Trump and Trump wants to be liked by him.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting dynamic that doesn't really tell us much about what is going to emerge from this.
Yeah, I mean, those sanctions that the US has placed on Russia are beginning to sting. You know, their wartime economy is not very strong at the moment, and that's the reason why Vladimir Putin is in the room with Donald Trump. He's also clearly incurred heavy losses on the battlefield, almost 1 million casualties, injured and dead as a result of his invasion of Ukraine. You know, this war, given that enormous cost, financial and on the battlefield, has to deliver a win for Vladimir Putin. In the end, he has to be seen by his people to at least have achieved some semblance of victory here. And it doesn't seem like he's particularly willing to move on the issue of territory. He wants full control of those 4 regions that Moscow has already annexed: Luhansk, and Donetsk, Zaporizhia and Kherson. He doesn't currently occupy all of them, though. So there's no sense, really, that Vladimir Putin is willing to move on his proposed plan for peace, really. So, I don't know where these two men are going to find common ground, because Donald Trump has assured European leaders, after he had that video call with Volodymyr Zelensky, with Emmanuel Macron, with Friedrich Merz, he's assured them that he won't be agreeing to any land swap today. But that is exactly what Vladimir Putin will want from him. He wants to win over Donald Trump to his way of thinking and his vision of what the future of Ukraine should be.
Yes. I mean, there's no question. Donald Trump, and you cover this, living in the States, he craves the attention, as we all know. He loves the hype. He likes the sense of history in the making, even when potentially there is no history in the making from this meeting. And he likes the spectacle. And as distasteful as this all sounds to the people of Ukraine, there could be more spectacle here than substance.
Well, he's certainly got the spectacle, hasn't he? That picture of them shaking hands at the end of a red carpet there, you see them together in that room. He's certainly the centre of attention right now. But today he wants to bolster the image that he has of himself as a deal maker and a peacemaker. He wants that to be part of his legacy. He's got his eye on the Nobel Peace Prize. It upsets him that Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize and he hasn't. He genuinely wants to bring about peace in Ukraine, whether that be for selfish aims or otherwise. I just don't see the route to that today, given that they have such different views of the future.
No. Martha, thank you very much. So what we can tell you is that this bilateral summit between President Putin and President Trump is now underway. And it's 9 p.m. in the UK, midday here, and history has been made in Alaska as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin come together, the plan to see if it's possible to bring peace to Ukraine. The leaders landed in their respective aircraft at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base around 30 minutes apart. President Trump landing first in Air Force One. Both men stayed on their respective planes until seemingly prearranged. President Trump left first and made his way down the steps to greet President Putin. President Trump and President Putin walked onto the red carpet connecting from each plane, and they met in the middle. And once on the tarmac, President Trump seemed to applaud the Russian president and greeted him almost like an old friend as he made his way across for the handshake, face to face, 6 years after their last meeting. And the meeting at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base here in Anchorage was organized not long ago, just days ago, but the work behind the scenes appeared to pay off as they followed the red carpets for all the world's press to see.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?
Reporters shouted questions as the men stood on top of the small stage there, the podium, and posed for photos in Anchorage, with one journalist, as you may have heard there, asking the Russian president if he will stop the killing of civilians, probably a question that would not have happened in Moscow. Well, earlier, Vladimir Zelensky had accused Moscow of continuing and ramping up their attacks across Ukraine ahead of the talks between Trump and Putin today. But today's meeting is just the two sides, the United States and Russia. The two presidents then made their way towards their vehicles. I say vehicles, they actually ended up getting in the one vehicle, despite Putin's Aurus limousine being in situ there on the tarmac near the planes. The Russian president did get into Donald Trump's presidential Cadillac, nicknamed the Beast, and they chatted, and Mr. Trump appeared to wave to the crowds as the car departed, while Mr. Putin was seen smiling through the window.
Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank
ceasefire?
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
The two men sat down together in front of the world's press, or representatives of the world's press, but the questions from reporters were drowned out, and any hope of hearing what the leaders had to say was lost. They also made it clear that they couldn't hear what was being shouted at them, or pretended they couldn't hear what was being shouted at them. Let's speak then to Ivor Bennett, our Moscow correspondent, who is with the Russian delegation. Also James Matthews, who is, of course, our US correspondent, who is with the American team. And James, let's start with you. So this bilateral meeting is underway, and as many of our guests have said, many observers are saying, it's already the very fact that this meeting has taken place in the way it has here in Alaska is something of a victory for President Putin.
Hi, Mark. Yeah, if there was any doubt about that word victory for Putin, I think that has gone away, having watched the spectacle of his arrival here. Remember, Vladimir Putin is the aggressor in this conflict, a man with blood on his hands, and yet he was given the red carpet treatment. Not just that, but he was received by a US president who appeared to be applauding his arrival, very much gave it the old friend greeting, and there was nothing less than a military flypast for a Russian president who ostensibly is here to talk about ending a war that he started, ending a war that he has escalated in recent days with a view to coming here. A Russian president with whom Donald Trump said he was very disappointed because of the number of civilian deaths. So quite what that says about the power dynamic in this relationship. I think it's clear that Putin enjoys a degree of power admiration from Donald Trump. It will have appalled, and we've heard from Dominic Waghorn in Ukraine, it has appalled people in Ukraine. They are galled by the reception offered to the man who invaded their country and who they see as fronting a deception plan. They see it as a deception plan to reel Donald Trump back in, to pull him back towards Russia, to tap into this notion that the war was started by Ukraine. That's what we heard from Trump in the distant past. More recently, he has lent towards the Ukrainian cause, and the view very firmly in Ukraine and European capitals that this is an exercise for Vladimir Putin to get him back on side, at the very least, so that he can extend the war free of sanctions. The notion that there will be a ceasefire announced today, a deal struck today, has always appeared distant. I think, Mark, I'm standing in the auditorium in amongst the US and Russian press. Pursuing peace is the tagline on the stage behind two podiums set up for a news conference which will take place after the meetings, however long they should last. And we will get the detail, presumably some detail of what was discussed, how concrete that is in terms of a deal, a solution. I wouldn't hold out too much hope because it has to be taken back to the Ukrainians and, of course, to European partners. But Putin looked very happy. He was all smiles, firm handshake. There was backslapping and, as I say, applause from Donald Trump. What we didn't get from Putin was an answer to some of the key questions, and they were being asked there. Will you agree to a ceasefire? Will you stop killing civilians? Ukraine will hope that these are the very questions being asked of Putin right now as he sits across the table from Donald Trump.
Yes, and James, Trump has always said, of course, that he gets on well with Putin, but then he added the other day, but that doesn't mean you just roll over. I guess this meeting is his chance to prove that.
Yes, and that will all come down to the substance of their discussions. And of course, Mark, it will be about much more than Ukraine itself. But Donald Trump, he has made an effort to talk tough going in to this meeting, saying that he'll walk away. He'll get a sense within the first 2 minutes if it's not going to work out, and if not, he will walk away. Well, we've had a lot more than 2 minutes. He hasn't walked away yet, so maybe the initial exchanges are going well. But Donald Trump has gone into this meeting being quintessential Trump, being a muscular president who fully recognizes the importance to him of this meeting. This will define his presidency. We will be talking about these events on this day for years to come in the context of success or of failure. Failure is what Donald Trump wants to avoid. He knows the importance of a result today for his legacy. And as I say, we wait to see what the outcome will be. Will it be a clear agreement that is seen as a good peace for Ukraine, or will it be seen as a bad peace? Will it be something in between? Will it be seen as a fudge? And I tend to think that's where the good money would be right now. But what is not in doubt is the regard, the reverence, if not deference, that Donald Trump feels for Vladimir Putin. That's what we see playing out in these pictures. An international pariah, a man wanted for war crimes, who kills civilians on a daily basis, warmly welcomed, given a fly past, in the back of the beast with the United States president. A rare acknowledgement of power, of another superpower, an acknowledgement of equality at least. But I think the troubling aspect for all of this, for Ukrainians and for onlookers in other European capitals, will be that sense of a power dynamic that doesn't lean towards Ukraine's interests.
Yes, so let's speak to Ivor Bennett, who is, of course, our Moscow correspondent and who is with the Russian delegation here in Anchorage. And the first thing to say, I guess, Ivor, is that President Putin looks pretty pleased to be here.
You're absolutely right, Mark. I mean, he was beaming throughout this greeting he got on the tarmac here at Elmendorf Air Force Base. As he got into the Beast, the presidential limousine, he was grinning ear to ear. He could barely contain his glee. And no wonder, because this welcome he got here had all the trappings of a state visit, didn't it? I mean, the red carpet was rolled out, there was the flypast, the handshake. I think North Korea is the only other country that has greeted the Russian president in this manner in the last few years. So this really does signal a very big win for Vladimir Putin diplomatically before this summit has really got going. And this is exactly what he wants, of course. It is a meeting of great powers. He's been welcomed here as an equal, and he now has the chance to carve up Ukraine without Ukraine being at the table. I think it's just worth mentioning, though, Mark, that the war was never supposed to end or last this long, of course. It was never supposed to end in a negotiated settlement. Vladimir Putin's so-called special military operation, his invasion of Ukraine, was supposed to be over in a matter of weeks. It was supposed to end in an outright victory that would remove Vladimir Zelensky from power. But here we are 3.5 years on. Several things did not go to plan. Several things went drastically wrong for Vladimir Putin. Geopolitically, it forced two of Russia's neutral neighbours, Sweden and Finland, to join up into NATO, join NATO. So he fueled the very thing that he was railing against, NATO expansion, eastward expansion towards Russia. It has come at a huge financial cost. It's come at a huge human cost, all the losses in 3.5 years of fighting. But interestingly, it is not presented in that way in Russia, and so it's not seen as that way. It's cast as an existential struggle, almost akin to a holy war, that is worthy of the sacrifice. Many Russians that we have spoken to in the last year have embraced this kind of long, grinding nature of the war. And the mood in Moscow very much, and a mood amongst the Russian delegation here, is a triumphant one. They feel, or they know they had the advantage on the battlefield, and they feel they now have the advantage when it comes to having Donald Trump's ear and when it comes to the negotiating table. Having said that, though, Mark, the war for Vladimir Putin has to end in a victory. He has to have a visible victory to show for it, and that's exactly what he will be after at this summit, because his legacy is at stake.
Yes, and James, it's interesting that before this summit, only 2 Western leaders had met Putin since he carried out the full-scale invasion of Ukraine and was placed under an arrest warrant for war crimes in March 2023. And they were the prime ministers of Slovakia and Hungary. And here we have it, the President of the United States literally rolling out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin.
A pariah, a wanted man, a man who, if he was in many other countries and had landed on the tarmac, would right now be in handcuffs because he has been indicted by the International Criminal Court for the deportation of Ukrainian children back to Russia. So make no bones about it, the man being received as a friend by Donald Trump is very much the old foe. In the eyes of many countries around the world. But I suppose we consider the stature that this affords to Putin when these pictures are beamed around the world. What caption do you put on a picture like that? The Russian bear back in the fold, the Russian bear, the backslapping of the big admirer, the leader of the free world, the US president, who lays down the law of the land in so many ways, the laws, and is a guide for the politics of the Western world. To be in the company of him and his considerable influence internationally, and to be received in such a warm and affectionate manner is clearly a result for Vladimir Putin. And this is a pivotal moment, make no mistake, in terms of the Ukraine-Russia conflict and quite how things turn. Well, that remains to be seen, but I think people in Ukraine will think it's turning against them as they watch the initial exchanges. I mean, quite what conversation flows from those pictures and that reception. I can't myself envisage a bruising encounter in which Vladimir Putin is nailed to the wall with very difficult questions, with red lines, with a demand for answers on killing civilians, a demand for answers on ceasefire. Why the delay? Why increase the attacks on Ukraine in the run-up to this summit? There are many pointed questions that Donald Trump can put to Putin. There are many reasons why this meeting would not be a happy affair because of the kind of ground and the territory that they will explore. But, the notion that this will be acrimonious and that these two will antagonize each other, that notion is a considerable distance from the pictures that we have witnessed.
Yes, but I guess Donald Trump's calculation will be that this is the man he has to do business with if he's going to get this ceasefire. Ivor is still with us, and Ivor, I assume that President Putin sees this as an opportunity to get what he wants, or close to what he wants, which I assume is one of two things: either a deal that is so favourable to him that he simply can't refuse it, or this, further extension to what is already a long drawn-out diplomatic process that is buying him time on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that's his goal here is to get exactly all of Russia's demands, to secure all of Russia's long-term goals here when it comes to its war in Ukraine. And that's not just territory. Territory obviously is part of it, but it's also about neutrality for Ukraine, permanent neutrality and limits on its armed forces. And he will be trying to convince Donald Trump that the quickest path to peace is a deal on those terms, because he has no intention of backing down on the battlefield. So the hope is that Donald Trump will agree with him and then give Ukraine that kind of terrible dilemma. Either you accept these terms that I've cooked up with Moscow, or we're going to withdraw support and you go it alone, and Ukraine will have to then face that choice. But I don't think Vladimir Putin can present it quite like that. He will have to go into these negotiations offering the appearance of concessions, because Donald Trump will want to be seen as the peacemaker in chief, seen as the one who is calling all the shots. And Vladimir Putin will know that he can't lose face here. The American president must have something to show from this summit. So I think he will offer him something. We'll have to see what that is. Donald Trump has talked up the prospect of a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky, a second summit after this one, perhaps involving Trump as well, saying that could happen potentially very soon. I think that's probably wishful thinking from Donald Trump, because Vladimir Putin sees Zelensky, he doesn't see him as an equal. He sees him as an illegitimate leader, kind of like a governor of a Russian province almost. And that's why he steadfastly refused to meet the Ukrainian leader. And I can't see him waiting around in Alaska for Zelensky to turn up. That would not be a good look for Putin. It will be a sign of weakness. But I think he might offer the loose promise of a meeting. It'll undoubtedly come with lots of strings attached, but it could give Donald Trump something to show from this summit, to point to progress towards peace. Or there could be other things, bigger things that feed into the bigger geopolitical picture, like like a new nuclear arms control treaty between the US and Russia. Only one of those treaties actually exists still. Only one of them remains. It runs out in February 2026. So if the two sides can actually come up with a new nuclear arms control treaty, then for Russia that gives them something to point to say, yes, look, we do want peace in the broad sense. And for Donald Trump, it gives him something to take credit for in his kind of desire to try and secure the Nobel Peace Prize and to cast himself as this great peacemaking president. So there'll be these other things that the Russian delegation will be kind of putting on the table, sweeteners to kind of tempt Donald Trump with, distract him from what's happening in Ukraine, to say, look at all the business and other things we could get done in the event of better bilateral ties between us if you side with us on Ukraine.
Yes, Ivor, thank you very much. It's interesting, since we've been in Anchorage, that you do see people or you hear people around Anchorage talking about the visit of President Putin, and Martha Kelner, correspondent, was out and about yesterday and talking to people, and some of the people were saying they didn't want President Putin here, and these are pictures of a small protest that is taking place today against it's pro-Ukraine. It is a pro-Ukraine protest, as you can see from the flags there. And as I say, there are people who are upset about this visit to their city of President Putin. Not here, of course, is the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Donald Trump says he will be at the next summit as long as today's meeting goes to plan. Mr. Zelensky says the US president needs to adopt a strong position in today's talks, and says even as the leaders made their way here, the attacks on his country were continuing.
The war continues, and it continues precisely because there is no order nor any signals from Moscow that it is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations, they are still killing people, and that speaks volumes. Russia must end this war. It started and has dragged on for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed. At the very least, Ukraine, the US and Russia must meet in this format for effective decisions to be made. Security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is urgently needed. Everyone knows the key objectives.
Let's speak to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who is in Kyiv. And Dominic, there's no question about it. President Zelensky is clearly very upset not to be involved in this summit.
He is. He's very upset to not be at the table, but to his country's future to be very much on the menu. And his fear is, and his advisors and the Ukrainians' fear is, that their country is going to get gobbled up into Vladimir Putin's plans for a greater Russia, that he may well further in this meeting, this extraordinary meeting with Donald Trump. To give you a sense, and I'm sure you can imagine, Mark, the social media in Ukraine has just been lit up with fury, anger and disgust at what they're seeing in Alaska. But obviously, there are different ways of welcoming a world leader to this kind of event, and Donald Trump has gone all out to give a huge welcome to Vladimir Putin. I think that obviously is sticking in the core of Ukrainians. One person on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, sorry, we've been monitoring Facebook here, says he occupies territories, he destroys entire cities, he kills, he rapes, he robs, he kidnaps, he tortures, and as a result, he receives a red carpet welcome. And on Twitter, the Ukrainian journalist says this: the world's war criminal, #1 war criminal, and the key figure behind currently the world's largest war, the most brutal European war of aggression since World War II, ends up like this, pleased into oblivion and received as an emperor on the US soil. And he's tweeted a picture, that extraordinary image of Vladimir Putin in the back of Cadillac One, sitting alongside Donald Trump grinning his head off. And he says, of course, he couldn't be more rewarded and encouraged to go on with his wars and mass murders. And, you know, Vladimir Putin, looking at these pictures of him walking down that red carpet, you know, he's someone who invaded Georgia in 2008 and killed thousands of people there. He invaded Crimea in 2014, killing many others, confected a civil war in the east of this country that has led to the deaths of many others, got involved in Syria where his forces bombed hospitals, killed many others there. And yet he's in this situation now. He surely can't believe his luck, particularly given that a few weeks ago he was looking at the possibility of much greater, much more severe sanctions that could actually really have done enormous damage to his economy because they would have targeted his oil industry. That's what Donald Trump was talking about. That could have brought Russia to its knees. And instead, Donald Trump bottled out and decided to invite him here to Alaska to walk down the red carpet to this extraordinary event. I think the only sort of caveat, Mark, to this is I think that at an official level, Ukrainians will be able to use these pictures to ram home the point they've been making for a long time now to their European allies, which is that it is clear Donald Trump is walking away from Ukraine, and that is self-evidently clear. And these pictures sort of broadcast that in a very graphic way, I guess, and they will be able to say to the European allies, be under no illusion, America is backing away from supporting Ukraine. America's president sees a much more common cause with Vladimir Putin, and whatever comes out of this summit, that is something that I think that they will be using to press home to the Europeans that they must do a lot more to support them, whatever America does. And I think the other point, Mark, looking at these pictures, is it raises the stakes for both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, as Ivor was saying there. It is going to be very hard for Putin now to back down in any way because he's got the wind in his sails. The media at home are going to be milking this for all it's worth. But also for Donald Trump, he has to now make sure that Vladimir Putin does not benefit from this. If there are any more massive advances on the Eastern Front in Ukraine, if, for instance, Russian forces did get through and start advancing heavily, then these pictures are going to look very bad for Donald Trump. And if peace is not made, if progress towards peace is not made, or a kind of peace is made, and then in a few years' time, Putin comes back for more, these pictures will make Donald Trump look like a sucker. So he does have to make progress now, and he has to put substance behind his diplomacy. How he does that, though, in these talks is anyone's guess, because the differences, as we've been hearing from Martha and from Ivor, between these two leaders are still enormous. How you thread that needle between an American president who wants to make peace and a Russian president who is sincere about absorbing Ukraine into Russia, that is a huge diplomatic challenge for the Americans to try and pull off, if they are sincere in their intent to do so.
Yes. Well, I mean, you say that Donald Trump is walking away from Ukraine. He would argue, I guess, that he is prepared to get tough, or he said he's prepared to get tough if Putin's not serious in terms of sanctions and rearming Ukraine, even if it means European countries buying those arms. So that would be, I assume, what Donald Trump would say. Just finally, Dominic, I mean, we know that President Putin is a master of these things, a master of manipulation. Presumably, he's going to be working hard here in Alaska to cast Zelensky as the intransigent one. Just very briefly.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be one of his main objectives here, is to come up with some kind of agreement with Donald Trump that makes it look like he is pursuing peace. He's obviously not going to agree to an immediate ceasefire. He believes he is winning this war. In particular, this week, his forces have made some surprising advances on the Eastern Front here. But he does have to look like he is trying to pursue peace and gets himself into a position where Zelensky has to say no to whatever comes out of this, and therefore the Russians can then say that the Ukrainians are the problem. You know, that may be very unfair, but that will then help them to make this argument not just at home or in the world stage, but also amongst their sympathizers in America. And there are many of those in the MAGA movement, amongst podcasters and others supporting Donald Trump, who want him to move on from the war in Ukraine, however it turns out, because they see that as a threat and something that's consuming American money and potentially could cause a nuclear war. That's how they argue it, at least, and they want the Americans to move on and have a rapprochement with the Russians. And as you're saying, Vladimir Putin has to contrive the outcome to make it look as though it's Ukrainians' fault if peace is not pursued and there's not progress towards peace. He's a clever manipulator and a very adept negotiator, and he'll do his best to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Dominic, thanks very much indeed. And in the building where the meeting is taking place, there are preparations underway for a news conference a little later on after those talks. They've been talking for over an hour now. As we keep saying, the Russians have predicted it could be 6 or 7 hours. We simply don't know how well those talks are going. But just to say they are underway. They've been talking for more than an hour. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, I'll be speaking to Daniel Freed, the former US ambassador to Poland. Welcome back to Anchorage in Alaska, where the two presidents, Presidents Trump and President Putin, are together. They are talking in that bilateral meeting with their delegations, we understand, and they've been talking now for more than an hour. And well, there's two sides to this. There's Donald Trump, who said he'll know within 2 or 3 minutes whether President Putin was serious about a ceasefire and about searching for peace. And so that's gone on longer than 2 or 3 minutes, and Donald Trump hasn't walked out. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is that the Russians, the Kremlin, said before the two men met that it could go on for 6 or 7 hours. And that certainly was not in the White House planning schedule. But we will know soon enough what has transpired, and there hopefully will be a news conference featuring both presidents. Joining me now from Washington is the former US ambassador to Poland, Daniel Fried. Thank you very much for being with us. And first of all, what do you make of what we've witnessed so far here in Anchorage today?
Well, we haven't witnessed much. This is the beginning. We will judge this meeting by how it ends and what happens after, not the beginning. The burden is somewhat on President Trump to show that he got something by inviting Putin to Anchorage. Putin was strutting in his own kind of I'm the master of the universe way. And Trump, having invited him here under the questionable premise that Putin was ready to make a deal on Ukraine, now has to show that Trump, has pushed Putin into a more reasonable position. If he gets a ceasefire out of Putin, that's great. My guess is that Putin is putting some shiny object on the table, some enticing offer, maybe on arms control, maybe on business deals, maybe on Ukraine, but I would look very hard at the details on any offer from the Russians on Ukraine before running with it, because Putin is a master of obfuscation, deception, deflection, and I think Trump's job is to nail him, to use the considerable leverage that the United States has to push for a ceasefire, to push for steps to end the war, and that it means security for Ukraine after a ceasefire. We'll see. It's possible there'll be some progress made, but we're just sitting here waiting.
We are. And I just wonder, what do you make of the lineups of the two sides of the negotiating table here? You have a very experienced team with President Putin, a team that has sort of done it all before diplomatically. And you've got on the other side of the table a Gulf friend, property developer, Steve Witkoff, and you've got Marco Rubio and one or two others, I assume. What do you make of the contrast between the two lineups?
Secretary Rubio, former Senator Rubio, knows the issues. He's got experience in foreign affairs. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, is new to this game. And his background in real estate prepares him for many things, but not all things. So Rubio, though, is smart enough and knowledgeable enough to tell whether Putin is making a real offer or a fake offer. And I think Trump is aware that if he is suckered by Putin or appears to be suckered by Putin, that nothing good will come of it.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Rubio is brave enough to actually tell President Trump what he thinks?
I think that in the context of the meeting, Rubio is certainly able to either interject or send a note to Putin or let it be known that Putin is jerking Trump around, because if Trump is played by Putin, if Rubio doesn't do his job, which is to back up his president, then nobody will look good on the U.S. side. And I suspect that Trump is aware of that. I think his language in the last few days has been not bad. He has suggested that the burden is on Putin. He has stopped pushing Zelensky, who really isn't the problem. The problem is Putin. And Trump has made it clear that he's prepared to increase the pressure on Russia. Now, look, I understand that Trump, ever since he took office again, has tiptoed up to the line of more pressure on Russia and then always backed off. And he can't keep doing this without a real loss of credibility. And this is a moment where he has to put up or shut up unless Putin gives him something that will stand up. And that's what we're waiting to find out.
Do you think that Donald Trump means it when he said a couple of days ago that he will get tough with Putin if he's not serious about moving towards a ceasefire, that he will apply sanctions, or he hinted that he would apply sanctions? I can be very tough, he said. I mean, do you believe that in this instance?
Well, ultimately, we will believe it only when we see it. Right? We've seen Donald Trump walk up to the line and not yet deliver. So the burden is going to be on him to show that he can. Now, he has options. There are plenty of viable options to increase the economic pressure on Russia, and those options involve working with the Europeans. But going after Russian oil revenue is something we could do. There are several ways to do it, some risks involved, but there are some practical ways forward. And if Putin offers something, Trump can hold those sanctions in reserve. If Putin doesn't offer anything, or if what he offers is a mirage, Trump really needs to lower the hammer on Putin for his own credibility. And if there's one thing Trump hates, it's being seen as a sucker or being played or being weak. So that's what's on the line. And I think Putin knows it. The question is whether Putin is going to be so arrogant that he brings about his own downfall by alienating Trump and putting Trump in a position where he really wants to step on Putin, or whether Putin will come up with something clever enough to once again escape the pressure. And if he does, will Trump hold him to actually deliver? Will Trump push for something real? Those are all the questions. Nobody knows the answers to those things yet.
No, yet. We may well find out a little later. Daniel Fried, appreciate you coming on the program. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
And James Matthews is with the White House delegation. And James, I don't know whether you could hear that. We were talking about the two contrasting teams with the two presidents, and I just wonder, what are the White House saying about this criticism of Trump's team, that it is inexperienced and lightweight compared to the Russians? Because the White House has been saying, look, Donald Trump has a unique way of doing things. He is a unique negotiator, and give it time and it may work.
Yeah. I think we actually get the message from the man himself, don't we? Donald Trump, in the past 24 hours, has spoken about that interaction and the dynamic between him and Putin. He's been in this game a long time, he said, but so have I, a long, long time. Well, actually, he hasn't. I mean, this is his second term as a president, of course, and he has been in the company of Putin in the past. He has interacted. But Putin has made a career of playing the long game as a politician, of creeping advances politically, geographically, in the case of Ukraine. So Donald Trump actually relatively doesn't have much experience of Putin and how to get the best deal with Putin. I know people who have dealt with Putin, UK people who were involved in our secret services, and they tell me that Putin and people like him, they need experience. And that can take decades to sit down with the likes of Vladimir Putin and just get to know them, even on a friendly basis. Get to know, when they are telling you the truth, and get to know when you can smell the BS. And that just takes interaction over time, getting to know somebody. It's the same in any relationship, I suppose. Up front, if Putin's all smiles and promises you the earth, then at face value, on the first meeting, you'd probably take that and think that's genuine. It will take you, a few interactions to realise actually that's just him playing a game. So I think that's where we are in terms of how to handle Putin. It does take experience, more experience, I would suggest, and others who are in this game would suggest, than just, a handful of meetings over a handful of years. So to that extent, I think Trump is at something of a disadvantage on the lack of experience front. In terms of the team that he has brought with him, they are of varying ages, varying levels of experience, varied backgrounds in terms of their careers, their speciality. And there are a few of them that when I look down the list, first of all, who are, far over 40 years of age, but few who have engaged in not just the diplomatic process, but also the process of dealing with an ex-KGB master of the dark arts. Steve Witkoff, I think there's a question around Steve Witkoff, understandably from his point of view, he's a property lawyer. What would he know about dealing with Putin? And it may be that has got us to the situation where we are in now, bounced into this rushed meeting on a promise that was never made by the... So, there are signs of the lack of experience, and that has caused problems in the process. I think your previous guest, Danielle, she was interesting. They were interesting in terms of that business of Putin, or Trump rather, having to show strength. And that, of course, is correct. Trump cares about that. He wants to emerge with swagger, the muscular US president leader of the free world. He may not be allowed to do that because of the deal that Putin twists his arm towards. The alternative, of course, would be emerging with strength and bringing down the hammer of Ukraine because he can't manage it with Putin. That would be the worst case scenario, being presented with a deal that Ukraine can't accept and bringing down the hammer on Ukraine, saying, look, you're on your own. I'm the leader of the free world. I've got bigger interests. And just leaving Ukraine and European allies to it, walking away. And of course, Putin would enjoy that spectacle big time.
Yeah, okay, James, thank you very much. Slight sound issue there. Apologise for that. But we can speak now to the former commander of the UK's Joint Forces Command, General Sir Richard Barrons. General, good evening. Thanks for being with us. Do you see any possibility of the outline of a deal emerging from this summit?
I think it's extremely unlikely, given that there's no real indication that either side knows what the outcome of this current meeting is going to be, and there's an awful lot of speculation, and there's no script. So I think the best we can hope for is that it doesn't go wildly wrong, and perhaps it does begin to pave a way to more substantive discussions, particularly including Ukraine and Europe.
Yeah, if they're going to lose land, if the Ukrainians are going to lose land, and Donald Trump has been speaking about land swaps and so forth, I assume the most important thing then for the Ukrainians is this whole idea of security guarantees. What do you think those security guarantees should be?
So I think the first point is at the minute Russia is sitting on 20% of Ukraine, and everybody understands that Russia isn't about to abandon that 20%, and Ukraine has not got the military means, even with a lot of help, to aspire to take it back by force anytime soon. So if there is a ceding of territory, it might be a recognition of the current impasse. But I think in no sense is Ukraine going to accept that that land is lost to it forever. And that will then condition the nature of the relationship that comes off the back of any ceasefire. And we want to be very careful what we mean by the word guarantee, because if Europe is invited by Mr. Trump, perhaps on the back of today's conversation, to guarantee a ceasefire to contribute to the deterrence of Russia, then that deterrence has to be backed up by the credible ability to fight, both capability and intent. Otherwise, it's not a guarantee. And I fear that guarantee is a word that is too easily tossed about.
Well, this is my point. It is the only real security guarantee the Americans, and would the Americans be willing to be part of any security guarantee?
So I think it's important that America is connected to guarantees in parts of three ways. The first is, right now, only American defense industry can provide the quantity and the types of weapons that Ukraine needs in order to continue to fight on the battlefield, and if there were to be ceasefire, to credibly deter. And whether it's the US taxpayer providing those weapons, which seems unlikely, or much more likely the European taxpayers to the tune of about $40 billion a year paying for it, then that's important. The second thing, and it's just as important, is the main way of deterring Russia from coming again if there's a ceasefire, or continuing if there isn't a ceasefire, is by wearing down its economy, which is beginning to fray. And that is about meaningful sanctions imposed on oil, and that comes at a cost to Europe and the US. So we would need the US to be foursquare behind a much sharper sanctions regime. And the third element is political. We need the American weight on Russia to say that this has to stop, this is the deal, and you will comply.
Vladimir Putin has said he's against Western forces going into Ukraine to monitor any ceasefire. But he would say that, wouldn't he? Do you see any role at all for British forces, for instance, in Ukraine during a ceasefire?
So as I understand it, that conversation is already pretty advanced, and that British forces are likely to do, at the minute, three things. One is contribute to the security of the Black Sea. That's a job for the Navy. The second is to train the new Ukrainian army, and that training would probably occur in the west of Ukraine, so further away from the front line, but still in Ukraine. And thirdly, in a way that I don't think is completely tautly defined yet, to help police Ukrainian airspace. But we're going to come back to this critical question, which is, if the ceasefire, should there be a ceasefire, exists, it's going to be very fragile, and both sides will expect the other to break it. So what happens when the ceasefire breaks? Does the UK Armed Forces simply say, well, the ceasefire is broken and we're going to leave? Or are the UK Armed Forces going to be part of reasserting that ceasefire? And that means, if necessary, using force against Russian elements in some way. You need to be really careful about that.
Yes, and one other point. It's being reported that Putin and the Russians want the whole of the Donbass. They don't have that at the moment. The Ukrainians have, I think, 16, 18% or so. And it seems to be a critical area for the Ukrainians. They have defensive positions there, they have troops there, and they are holding that quite successfully. Do you see any scenario in which Ukraine would willingly pull out of that area?
I absolutely do not. Russia claims to have annexed the 4 eastern provinces of Ukraine. It doesn't occupy anything like all of that territory, and it doesn't even occupy the 2 provinces of Donetsk and Luhansk. And I think Ukraine is almost certainly never going to cede that territory, because were it to, it would be a gift to Russia, but also it would cede to Russia territory that made it much easier to Russia to relaunch their offensive at some point in the future, because Ukraine would have given up some heavily fortified positions. So I think the conversation about a ceasefire has to start with where the line is now and see if you can adjust it one way or another. But there aren't going to be that sort of concessions. And as I say, even if Ukraine is forced to accept it can't take the territory back now, it will still think that in the future, even if it's decades, it will get its country back.
And just finally, General, in 30 seconds or so, if there is a ceasefire, and I mean, who knows how it's going to work, but if positions are frozen and the ceasefire takes effect, do you think it's inevitable that down the line President Putin comes back for more?
So there's nothing inevitable, but the point is Europe economy is 12 times the size of Russia. So frankly, it's ridiculous that Russia feels it has that option. We need, as Europe with the US, to make it clear that this has ended now, and that if Russia were to consider starting again, it would be to its massive cost.
Okay, General, thank you very much indeed for being with us. So, well, where are we then? We are in a position where the two men there, President Putin and President Trump, have been talking now for about 2 hours. They met there as they came out of their respective aircraft, and President Putin, well, he got the red carpet treatment, as you can see. They're meeting as we speak with their delegations, and we don't know how long those meetings will go on. But a news briefing is planned after those talks. Much more.
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armory. I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis, up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live all in one place, and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
It's 10 p.m. in the UK, 1 p.m. here in Anchorage in Alaska. I'm Mark Austin with special coverage of the meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. An historic handshake. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin greet each other at a US military base here in Anchorage, with peace in Ukraine top of the agenda. With the eyes of the world on them, the two leaders will see if the bloodshed in Ukraine can be stopped. Nicknamed the Beast, but Vladimir Putin seemed to enjoy his ride in Donald Trump's presidential limo.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
But the Russian leader faced difficult questions from the start as journalists demanded answers from Putin on the slaughter in Ukraine. The talks will involve the two presidents and their closest advisors on foreign affairs and could go on for hours. Good evening. History has been made in Alaska as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin come together. The plan to see if it's possible to bring peace to Ukraine. The leaders landed in their respective planes at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base around 30 minutes apart, Trump landing first in Air Force One. The US president was first down the steps and then he made his way onto the red carpet, connecting from each plane and meeting in the middle, ready to greet Putin. Facing his opposite number, President Trump applauded the Russian president and greeted him rather like an old friend as he made his way across for a handshake, face to face, 6 years after their last meeting. The meeting here in Anchorage was organised just days ago, but the work behind the scenes appeared to pay off as they followed the red carpets in full view of the world's press.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?
Reporters shouted questions as the men stood on top of a podium and posed for photos in Anchorage, with one journalist, as you heard there, asking the Russian president if he will stop the killing of civilians. The two presidents then made their way towards Mr. Trump's presidential limo. Despite Vladimir Putin's Aurus limousine sitting on the tarmac, the Russian president seemed to enjoy his ride in the Cadillac nicknamed the Beast. Mr. Trump waved to the crowds as the car departed, while Mr. Putin was seen smiling. Each president has two aides beside them in the talks, with the Russian side saying the talks could last for several hours, perhaps 6 to 7 hours.
Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Once inside, the two men again ignored the questions from journalists at the start of the talks, Putin appearing to be in good spirits, cupping his hands as if he wanted to give an answer to the questions. And so the talks began, and it's now 2 hours and counting. Let's speak to Ivor Bennett, our Moscow correspondent, who is with the Russian delegation, and also to James Matthews, our US correspondent, who is with the American team. And James, to you first. Extraordinary images, those on the red carpet at the airbase. And broadly speaking, Donald Trump seemed in positive mood before the talks.
Yeah, positive mood, and I've rarely seen Vladimir Putin looking happier, Mark. It is no wonder. I mean, this is a man, the aggressor who began the Ukraine conflict, who has increased it in its intensity in recent days, a man with blood on his hands who was feted upon his arrival here. Nothing less than the red carpet. Donald Trump appeared to applaud him when he touched down on the tarmac. And of course, we had that very warm greeting, the smile, the handshake between the two men who hold peace in their hands. Then, of course, that walk towards the media and Vladimir Putin playfully giving a deaf ear to very serious and pointed questions about a ceasefire, about when would he stop the killing of civilians. Donald Trump took him away from that particular awkward moment in nothing less than Cadillac One, the Beast. It's a very rare spectacle. Anybody else, bar the president, gets in the back of that particular vehicle. But it was a treat afforded to Vladimir Putin, and he was smiling from ear to ear. So there clearly is a warmth between these two individuals. They bore the appearance of old friends, and you have to ask about the optics of it all. They will certainly be asking questions about the way this looked in Ukraine, because it suggests a power dynamic that, is unequal. Very much certainly reflects Donald Trump's well-known reverence for Vladimir Putin, to the extent that it was almost deference. There followed a media scrum, as they call it, several journalists in front of Donald Trump sitting side by side with Putin. We're very familiar with that exercise. And of course, it's normally a situation in which Donald Trump takes charge. He is the silverback in the room when these kind of situations arise. Not this time. Not sitting side by with Vladimir Putin. There were questions shouted by press very close by. And again, Putin almost playfully dismissed them. It was, if Putin didn't give Trump the message about no questions beforehand, I think his silence at that point certainly communicated to Trump that that's not something he wanted to entertain. And rarely, the first time that I can remember, actually for months, Donald Trump took no questions before the media as they posed for that photo call. So that sets the scene for this meeting, Mark. And I do wonder about the tone of it all, the look of it all, and how that translates to a meeting in which Trump will have pointed questions for Vladimir Putin. He was talking tough prior to going in, saying that he would be walking out if he didn't get the answers he was after. How does Donald Trump nail Vladimir Putin to the wall? Because that didn't look like the kind of dynamic that we saw on the tarmac at this airbase. But they're talking. It's not one-on-one. That was the suggestion early on, but it's actually 3-on-3. Trump is in the company of his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. So there'll be a 3-on-3, then there will be a pause, and then the larger delegations will become involved on a range of subjects, of course, far beyond Ukraine, business, financial opportunities, and so on.
James, thank you very much indeed. Let's join Ivor Bennett, who is with the Kremlin delegation. And Ivor, from what we've seen, many smiles from President Putin, and no surprise really, because Donald Trump has come along and dragged him out of the diplomatic deep freeze.
You're absolutely right, Mark. The only other countries that I have seen greet Vladimir Putin in this way in the last three and a half years since Russia invaded Ukraine are Moscow's closest friends, the likes of China, Mongolia perhaps, and North Korea. But it looked like Russia had just gained another friend here, because the body language here on the tarmac of Elmendorf Air Base was the body language of bromance. And this is exactly what Vladimir Putin wants, of course. It is a meeting of equals, a meeting of great powers, and the chance to carve up Ukraine without Ukraine being in the room. And Vladimir Putin, remember, has secured this summit without seemingly doing anything at all. This time last week, Donald Trump was threatening to impose sanctions on on Russia. He had set them a deadline to agree to a ceasefire or face sanctions, but all of that pressure has just melted away since then, and Vladimir Putin has been rewarded with this summit that, as you say, brings him out of the international wilderness, brings him out of isolation in the most spectacular fashion. Expectations of a ceasefire here, I think, are low at this summit, simply because Vladimir Putin has made no intention, no sign that he is willing to dilute Russia's red lines and to withdraw from his maximalist demands. Instead, Moscow is framing this summit much more as a significant moment in US-Russia relations, potentially the start of a great, brilliant new chapter in bilateral ties. They have said they want to talk, as well as Ukraine, about all the trade and investment opportunities that could come with better ties, things like joint projects in the Arctic, joint energy projects, rare earth deals. Vladimir Putin has even dangled the prospect of a new nuclear arms control treaty. The idea is to portray the US and Russia as two neighbours who have a lot to gain, both sides, from better relations between the two of them. The one party that could lose out, of course, is Ukraine, because Vladimir Putin here will be trying to convince Donald Trump that the quickest path to peace there is a deal on Russia's terms, and he'll be trying to sway the American president to side with him on Ukraine by tempting him with all these other benefits that could come with better relations from Russia. And the hope is that Donald Trump agrees and then gives Kyiv a choice: either agree to a peace deal on these terms or go it alone without American support.
Ivor, thank you very much. Well, the Ukrainian President, Vladimir Zelensky, is not here in Anchorage, of course. Donald Trump says he could well be at the next summit as long as today goes to plan. Mr. Zelensky says the US president needs to adopt a strong position in today's talks, and says even as the leaders made their way here, the attacks on his country from Russia continued.
The war continues, and it continues precisely because there is no order nor any signals from Moscow that it is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations, they are still killing people, and that speaks volumes. Russia must end this war. It started and has dragged on for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed. At the very least, Ukraine, the US and Russia must meet in this format for effective decisions to be made. Security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is urgently needed. Everyone knows the key objectives.
Well, let's speak to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who's in Kyiv. Dominic, how have the scenes at the airbase, President Putin's arrival and warm welcome from President Trump, how have those scenes gone down in Kyiv?
Well, it's pretty late at night, Mark, so nothing on the streets, but on social media, Facebook, Twitter, other platforms have been lit up with fury and anger and disgust at what the Ukrainians have seen in Alaska, as you can imagine. It was an interesting moment, wasn't there, when the Russian plane came in. It didn't park itself next to the steps, the mobile steps that the American military had laid out at the airbase for Vladimir Putin to walk down. And so the American military had to push that further forward to connect it with the plane, but also to push the red carpet to the steps of those mobile steps. And to do so, the American soldiers had to sort of bend down and unfold the red carpet. Now, the image of that, of American soldiers on their knees at the foot of Putin's plane steps, has gone viral on Ukrainian media. On one page, I've seen it saying, make America a great again, ? And I think that sort of sums up sort of visually how Ukrainians are seeing this. They are seeing this as Donald Trump being very deferential and kneeling down at the steps, if you like, at the feet of the man he seems to be honouring with a red carpet welcome to America. So there's a sense of disgust, but I don't think great shock here or surprise, because this is an American president who has accused their president of being at fault of being responsible for the invasion of their country. They've seen Donald Trump order his diplomats to vote for Russia. He seemed extremely sympathetic to the Russian side of this war, if not openly supporting it. And I think at an official level, the Ukrainians will be saying to their European allies, this is a sign of what is to come. And I think James is correct there to say that this idea that Donald Trump could go into this meeting now and within a few minutes say, right, that's it, clearly you're not serious about peace, and walk away. Something he did do in a similar way with Kim Jong-un, of course, in their second summit. That is clearly not going to happen. All the mood music is that this is going to be a long summit and Donald Trump is going to listen to Vladimir Putin. They seem to be meeting very much as equals in this encounter in Alaska. I think the Ukrainians will say to the European allies, this is further sign that Donald Trump is walking away from Ukraine. He may carry on supporting Ukraine in some respects, but he's not going to give them the kind of support that they have enjoyed under Joe Biden. That's been very clear. And he does seem to want a relationship with Russia apart from and regardless of what is happening in Ukraine. And therefore, they will say to the Europeans, you may be appalled, like we are, by these scenes you're seeing in Alaska, but you have to step up to the plate even more than you are doing. And realise that security in Europe is your responsibility, and you must do more to support and defend Ukraine. And I think the problem, of course, is Europe. That penny is dropping in Europe, but not fast enough, and the Europeans are not filling the vacuum that they expect to be left by the Americans fast enough at the moment. And there's a jeopardy there, and in that vacuum there's a possibility of the Russians making more advances and furthering Putin's aim. So there's a huge amount of jeopardy in this. But I think some diplomatic opportunity for the Ukrainians to say to the Europeans, you've got to do more to support us. America is going in a very different direction. The direction of travel, at least, in this diplomacy is deeply worrying for both us, but also for the entire continent.
Yeah, and Dominic, just bring us up to date with what's going on the battlefield. President Zelensky talking about these Russian attacks, even as the two presidents were heading to Anchorage. But I was also reading this morning about Ukrainian attacks and destroying a Russian vessel carrying drones.
Yeah, there are two things, Mark, going on. There was what's happening in the air, but also on the ground. So on the ground, the Russians have made a surprise advance, 15 kilometres or so, a kind of finger of advance that they have made in the east, on the eastern front. The Ukrainians say they have kind of got that contained, and they've made a lot of the kind of way they've pushed back against that. And some claims that they've kind of cut off that finger and captured a number of Russians. None of that is verified yet. I think it is safe to say they are in some trouble, the Ukrainians, and they didn't expect this advance. And the fear is that they can't hold this front line with the Russians. They don't have the manpower. That is an ongoing concern that could get more pressing, I think, for the Ukrainians. On the other hand, they do seem to, in the last few days at least, have prevailed more effectively against the Russians in the air than the other way round. So there was this devastating attack on an oil refinery, a Lukoil refinery in Volgograd. We spoke to the commander of one of the units responsible for that drone attack, a long-range drone attack on this oil refinery, one of the biggest hits yet the Ukrainians have pulled off against the Russians. That refinery refined 5% of Russia's oil, so it's a devastating attack. The Russians can rebuild it, but every time this happens, they're in more difficulty. They have to divert resources to their oil industry. And the Ukrainians want to see Donald Trump hit Russia's oil industry with sanctions. He's not prepared to do so, although he keeps threatening to do so. So in the meantime, they have to use their drones that they're getting better and better at using these drones to hit Russia's oil installations. But also, as you say, they hit a ship in a port in Astrakhan that they say was importing Iranian drone parts and ammunition. So that drone war goes on and on. It's a kind of arms race. Every time the Ukrainians get better at it, the Russians find ways of countering it, and vice versa. But the direction of travel on the ground is, I think, more worrying for the Ukrainians, more encouraging for the Russians, and because the Russians have a greater scale in terms of what they can throw at the front, particularly in terms of manpower, this is an ongoing and more pressing concern for the Ukrainians.
OK, Dominic, thank you very much. Our US correspondent Martha Kelner is here with me. And what do Do we have any update about how these talks are going, how long they may go for? What do we know?
I mean, no real update in terms of what they're discussing, if any progress has been made. But we do know that that smaller meeting, which is between the two presidents and their closest aides. So on Trump's side, it's his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, his so-called peace broker, and his foreign secretary, his secretary of state, Marco Rubio, and alongside Vladimir Putin, his foreign secretary, Sergei Lavrov, and another close aide. We know that that is still ongoing. They've now been in that room for almost 2 hours. So, you know, Donald Trump said he might walk out in the first 2 minutes. It seems like he's not done that. So at least some progress must have been made. He must still feel invested in those talks to a level. After that smaller meeting has concluded, Donald Trump will be joined by more members of his staff. We know that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be there, his Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick will be there, also Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth. So that will be the bigger group.
That suggests a kind of broadening of the conversation as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that will please the Russians. You know, they want to divert talks away from Ukraine and towards business interests. You know, they know that Donald Trump is a deal maker at heart, and they hope to appeal to him on issues beyond Ukraine, on possible trade deals, on arms deals, on, you know, nuclear weapons, climate change even. And the presence of those two people, Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick, the trade sec and the commerce sec, will please the Russians. They'll want to have them in the room because that will mean that they can broaden the conversation away from Ukraine.
And the risk here for Trump is that he is seen to be, you know, getting played by Putin. And the White House has been rejecting that, you know, over the last few days and saying Trump knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think, you know, fresh in people's minds still is, you know, that 2018 meeting in Helsinki. We've talked about it a lot, when Donald Trump was very much seen to have been played by Putin. And I think people see these pictures of Putin arriving, the red carpet quite literally being rolled out, you know, of the pomp and ceremony of Trump applauding Putin and smiling at him, and the coziness really between the two men. And they think, is history repeating itself? Is Donald Trump about to be hoodwinked by the Russian president once again? The White House at pains to say that is not going to happen this time round, that Trump is going into this with his eyes wide open.
Yeah, well, I was in Helsinki. It's very interesting, but there was much made of the two men just being on their own with their interpreters, and that, you know, but Putin was able to get, you know, on top of Trump in terms of the conversation about Russian interference in 2016 election and so forth. And there were these sort of sharp intakes of breath when Donald Trump appeared to side with President Putin against his own agencies. I wonder whether, I mean, whose decision would it have been this time to say, right, we're not going to do that. They're not going to be on their own. They're going to have these advisors with them. It's quite interesting, isn't it?
I think Donald Trump's team will have pushed to be in that room, or to have at least a couple of people in that room with him. I don't think they wanted a situation where Putin was alone with Trump and could really control that conversation. We know that Putin can talk for hours and hours on end. He can deliver history lessons, and, you know, he has the ability to bend Donald Trump round to his way of thinking. So I think it offers some form of insurance policy for Trump to have those other two men in the room. Although, as we've been saying, you know, Steve Witkoff is not an experienced foreign policy man. He's, you know, a real estate developer and a lawyer. This is all new for him as well. I think people would prefer to see perhaps a more wily operative in the room alongside Trump.
And it is worth pausing here just to remind ourselves of how extraordinary these images are. The Russian president climbing into the beast, Donald Trump's presidential car.
Yeah.
In animated conversation, smiling out of the windows, red carpets for President Putin, and then they go off in front of the press, and, you know, they smile and they don't answer any questions. And I mean, these are remarkable pictures that happen this morning. Interestingly, no pictures so far of the groups, of advisors in the talks that are underway.
Yeah, we've not seen them for a couple of hours, but they are remarkable pictures, especially that image of Vladimir Putin climbing into Donald Trump's own heavily armoured limousine, the Beast. This is extraordinary to witness. Even friends are not invited inside that car. To see an adversary, someone who is wanted for alleged war crimes by the International Criminal Court, being extended that courtesy of a private ride-along with the US president. And that, in fact, was probably the only one-on-one time that they will get today. I'm told that there was no interpreter even in that car with them. Vladimir Putin clearly speaks good enough English to hold at least a limited conversation with Donald Trump. Interestingly, there was, they're slightly out of shot there, but alongside the red carpet, there was the 4 F-22 fighter jets that were lined up alongside it. I'm told that those are actually the same planes that often intercept Russian aircraft operating off the coast of Alaska. So I don't know whether that was perhaps a nod to American strength and, the fact that this has not always been, as close a relationship as these images would indicate. These are foes at heart,
Yeah. And foes in the Arctic. The choice of Alaska is interesting because of what's happening in the Arctic and the climate change causing more shipping routes, which allows countries to get closer to the resources that are there, and this real battle going on in between not least Russia and the United States, China involved as well. But Putin has been working very hard at building up his, icebreaker fleet and so forth. And it's irked Donald Trump because he's mentioned on a couple of occasions how he wants new icebreakers and all the chat about Greenland.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting choice of venue, not least because of the rivalry between these two men and these two countries.
Yeah, Donald Trump said earlier this week, you'll find out why this location is very relevant. Geographically, it kind of makes sense. It's roughly halfway between the two capitals, Moscow and Washington, D.C. But yeah, there's been talk as well of Alaska's rare earth minerals being on the table as a potential incentive for Vladimir Putin to agree a ceasefire in Ukraine. I think there's this idea that whereas Trump uses the stick with Vladimir Zelensky, he very much uses the carrot with Vladimir Putin. He feels like he's got to offer him some form of incentive to come to the table when it comes to getting a peace agreement with Ukraine. The way he deals with the two men is very different.
Absolutely. Martha, thank you very much. We can speak now to Finland's former Foreign Minister, Pekka Haavisto. Thank you very much for being with us. First of all, what do you believe is at stake here at this summit?
Well, of course, this is an opportunity for a peace process to start, but quite a lot is on stake because I think Vladimir Putin already have achieved some of his goals by stepping on the ground of the US, being treated very well there and so forth. It looks, of course, when you think of the background of the war situation, this is quite incredible.
And do you think there's any indication at all that President Putin has given up on these regional ambitions and that, he could well have a greater foothold in Ukraine as a result of these talks? How concerned are you in Finland about this?
Well, of course, we are concerned, and actually the whole week has been spent to liaise with the United States and President Trump in a way that he gets very clear message, not only from Ukraine, but also from the European partners, that this is not the time to give up, or this is not the time to make compromises over the red lines of Ukraine. And of course, the best possible outcome would be that this starts a process where Ukraine is part of, which Europe can support and so forth. But of course, it's up to Ukraine to negotiate, and nobody can negotiate over the head of the Ukraine.
It's interesting that Donald Trump, on his way here to Anchorage, said on Air Force One, he said, "Europe can't tell me what to do." Do you think that Donald Trump is listening to European leaders?
Well, I think to a certain extent he is listening. If you compare the treatment that President Zelensky got in the Oval Office earlier in the spring and in the autumn and spring, and then what the treatment that he has now got from the US, and somehow more sympathy shown to the Ukrainian case, I think this is a remarkable change in the US position. And of course, there are many figures who have made a lot for this. Senator Graham has done a lot and so forth. And I think the change of the attitude is there, but is this a permanent change, and will this bring final results on the peace process? It's too early to say now.
Yes, of course. Do you think President Putin is serious about wanting a ceasefire?
Well, I think this, of course, the bilateral talks between US and Russia gives him an opportunity also to raise all possible other topics, the economic topics, economic cooperation, nuclear issues, other conflicts on the globe, Middle East, whatever. And there are certainly common interests of US and Russia on some of these other issues. So if this will be a 6-7 hours meeting, I'm sure that these topics will be discussed, and probably Russia and President Putin can fulfill some other goals that they have in their bilateral relationship with the United States. So this is something that remains to be seen.
Do you see a ceasefire emerging from this meeting, or do you think it's going to be a much more protracted process?
Well, of course, in a peace process, it's usually the devil is in the details, and it's maybe too early to make the final judgment on this issue. And for the ceasefire, you definitely need the Ukraine at the table. So maybe the next step, if we are lucky, would be to have a tripartite meeting where Russia, Ukraine, and US is present, maybe with the support of Europe. And that could then bring the ceasefire. But only when the ceasefire is there, you can start real peace talks, and it's about the land, it's about the borders, it's about the Ukrainian security, it's about the prisoners, it's about the children who have been kidnapped and so forth. There are a lot of details then in the final peace process. But of course, if there's a ceasefire, then maybe the role of Europe, the role of the OSCE can grow in giving, of course, from the European side, some kind of security guarantees, hopefully together with the US, and then maybe some observers through the OSCE for observing the ceasefire. These are maybe the positive trends that could follow from this meeting.
Pekka Haavisto. Yeah, Pekka Haavisto, thank you very much for coming on the programme.
Thank you.
So it is an extraordinary day, extraordinary pictures, an extraordinary welcome for President Putin from Donald Trump. And right now the talks go on. All eyes are on this room where eventually the two leaders will be speaking, or we think the two leaders will be speaking. Donald Trump has said he will certainly have a news conference afterwards. No commitment from the Kremlin, but it looks likely that could happen. When, we're not sure. The talks go on. They're with their two each foreign affairs advisors. They have two foreign affairs advisors each with them at the moment. And there are broader talks also planned. So how long this goes on, well, we wait and see. We'll have more full coverage on this, remarkable day after this break. Welcome back to Anchorage, and although we don't yet know the full outcome of the summit, tomorrow morning's papers are already weighing in on events here in Alaska. Let's take a look at some of them. And The Guardian pictures the two leaders shaking hands on arrival with the simple headline, "The world watches." Here's the Express. Trump hands Putin the chance to make peace in Ukraine. Similarly, The Times leads with peace in their hands. The Star often delights in mocking Donald Trump and Putin, but tomorrow's edition plays it pretty straight. Their splash reads, "Time for peace." The Mail points out that the Russian president shrugged when asked if he'll stop killing civilians. The Eye says the Russian military is preparing to test what's described as an invincible nuclear missile, but that British forces stand ready to assist in Ukraine if a ceasefire deal is reached. As well as boots on the ground, The Telegraph reports that RAF jets could patrol the skies above Ukraine, while The Mirror places the talks alongside today's commemorations for the 80th anniversary of VJ Day and hopes for a peaceful resolution. Joining me now is the American diplomat Kurt Volker, a former US Special Representative for Ukraine. Thank you very much for being with us. First of all, what do you make of the scenes that we witnessed at the airbase today?
There's a little bit of testosterone in the air, I think. We have Lavrov showing up wearing a USSR sweatshirt. We have the B-2 bombers flying overhead. And it was even pointed out to me that Trump's red carpet was wider than Putin's red carpet. So I think there's a lot of symbolism in all of this. Trump is trying to say, we're strong, we're powerful, you need us. I think that the Russian side is trying to convey, we're a superpower just like you. And in reality, we're going into this discussion. Both of them are trying to dangle economic incentives in front of the other. Trump would like to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire first. Putin would like Trump to put pressure on Ukraine to give up, and neither one of them is going to get what they want. And so this is really just going to result in a promise to meet again.
Right, so you don't see any dramatic breakthrough in terms of an announcement regarding a ceasefire. You see this more as a progression of diplomatic talks and meetings.
Well, that's even a kind way to put it. I think that what we're going to see is no ceasefire because Putin doesn't want one. And he would have extraordinary conditions that have to be met before he would agree to a ceasefire. But he might say, okay, in principle, Donald, I'll meet with Zelensky and you together. But even for that, the conditions have to be right, and those conditions aren't in place yet. He may say something like that, and that'll kick this issue down the road. Trump will keep pushing, but it'll just continue to drift as it is.
Yes, and the White House is answering this criticism of Trump's lightweight team, and the Russians have the more experienced foreign affairs team. The White House is saying, look, he's a unique negotiator, he's a unique deal maker, he does things instinctively, and that could all unsettle the Russians. What do you make of that?
Well, the White House is telling the truth, that he is a unique person. He does operate by instinct rather than knowledge and briefings and specifics. He's reading the people. He is getting his own gut interest, his own gut feeling about something. But I don't think that's going to rattle the Russians at all. I think it's something that Vladimir Putin looks at how he can exploit. Certainly, he has more depth of knowledge. He has more discipline. He has more patience. He's willing to escalate. So I think Putin is always looking at how he can game Trump. And just think about the last 2 weeks. Trump had set a 50-day deadline for ceasefire. Then he changed it to a 10-day deadline. Then the deadline came, and instead of doing what he said he would do, implying harsh sanctions, he calls Putin. Putin changes the subject, says, let's have a meeting. They then have a meeting in Alaska, and now the subject is not really the ceasefire. The subject is whether we agree to have another meeting, this time with Zelensky. So Putin has masterfully shifted the goalposts here.
I read out the series of, or what we think is a series of Russian demands to a former Putin advisor today. And I said, look, those are all the demands. What is Russia prepared to give in exchange? What is Putin prepared to concede in exchange? And the former Putin advisor said simply nothing.
Yes, that's crystal clear. That's been obvious for months and months, if not years. And that's why it's important to put pressure on Putin, economically, politically, militarily, so that he starts to develop an interest in really ending the war. Right now, he's just putting out his maximalist demands and insisting that others go about trying to satisfy him.
So how long do you think Donald Trump goes along with this? How long does Donald Trump, well, does he have the patience for a long, protracted series of meetings? How long before he does, as he says he would, walk away and say, good luck with the fighting?
Well, I don't think he actually does that. I know he says he would do that because he thinks that sounds like a good threat. But I don't think he actually does that because it would make him look like a failure. And he will never accept not being able to do something. He wants to be seen as the only guy that could really do this and worthy of that Nobel Peace Prize that he covets.
So how then, just a minute left, Kurt, how then does Trump bring Putin to a position where he agrees to at least some sort of ceasefire?
Yeah, I think the driver is going to be how many lives are lost on the battlefield, which the Ukrainians are taking care of, and how hard it is to sustain Russia's state budget. Right now, they're digging deep into their existing reserves, their state fund reserves. They can run out of those by the end of the year if oil prices stay low and if it is more and more difficult for them to sell their oil and gas in world markets. Ideally, the US and Europe would help accelerate that process by slapping on secondary sanctions and really tightening sanctions implementation. Not clear that Trump is going to do that, so this may take a longer period of time. But it's ultimately that economic pressure, I think, that can get to Putin and say, okay, he's risking the state now, he better stop and take a ceasefire for a while.
Kurt Volker, appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure.
Let's go straight to our US correspondent, James Matthews, who is at the airbase with the American delegation for us. And, well, James, you heard Kurt Volker there. Now, he knows a thing or two about these things, and he is saying no dramatic breakthrough here. This is part of a series of meetings, part of a process that could go on for some time. And I asked him, how long does Donald Trump go along with this? And he says, well, he has to, because otherwise it would seem to be failure. It's an interesting point.
Yeah, I tell you, he said a few interesting things, Mark, didn't he? His point about economic pressure being placed on Putin is something that could shift his dial. And that's one thing that we will look for. One question to ask both men, perhaps, at this news conference. When it happens, still no indication that it's imminent, certainly. Indeed, we've not got beyond the 3-on-3 meeting. So we're still kind of in a holding pattern in this press room, the Arctic Warrior events room. But yeah, the business of economic pressure and the hard message that Donald Trump gives to Vladimir Putin about how he will suffer if he doesn't shift. The extent to which this is a meeting where Trump can put pressure on Vladimir Putin and can force him to change, to shift in his position. So far, we have had generalities from Donald Trump. On the one hand, talking tough, on the other, talking about land swaps and everything that Putin wants in Ukraine does not. This is the time, and this is the test of the power that Donald Trump can bring to bear over Vladimir Putin. You know, is that economic pressure? Is it a threat? Is it a physical threat, a military threat? I mean, that's unlikely. That would seem too extreme at this stage. But yeah, the economic pressure, sanctions, more direct sanctions, an increase in secondary sanctions, which would resonate, of course, with what European countries are saying. They're saying that if Trump comes back here without a ceasefire today, then they will increase sanctions. That's the hard, tough message that Europe wants delivered to Vladimir Putin. The question is, can Donald Trump deliver? Is it in his interests? Does he see it is in his interests? Or is he actually focused on the bigger picture, the wider agenda that they will address as this meeting goes on, financial opportunities and so on? But yeah, I think the ultimate test for Trump, as Kurt was saying, is how tough is Trump? How hard can he be with Vladimir Putin? And, you know, will Vladimir Putin listen and react accordingly? Interestingly, Trump comes here. You know, he has been talking tough. It's a question of whether he can follow through face to face. The big worry, of course, is that if he gets rolled over by Putin, to try to maintain a swagger and a strength, Donald Trump brings down the hammer on Ukraine, presents them with a deal that they find unacceptable and makes Trump walk away from supporting Ukraine.
OK, James, for now, thank you very much indeed. And a short while ago, I spoke to Donald Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, who explained how the president gets himself prepared for such a summit.
Prepare because he doesn't think he needs to. He said in the past couple of days several times he'll know within the first few minutes of this meeting whether there's a real prospect for peace. This is how he sees international relations, through the prism of his personal relations with foreign leaders. He's thought for years that Vladimir Putin was his friend, but he's been, quote unquote, disappointed with him in the last several months because Vladimir wasn't giving him the ceasefire that he wants, and he wants a ceasefire. Why? For the greater glory of Ukraine? No, he wants it for the Nobel Peace Prize. And so the dynamic of this meeting, in my view, centers around whether Putin can take his KGB training and make that magic work again and get Trump to think that Donald and Vladimir are friends again, put off the sanctions that are being threatened, start talking about strategic arms limitation, maybe announcing talks beginning on the successor to New START very soon, talk about economic deals, talk about the U.S.-Russia bilateral relationship, fend off the sanctions, and keep things going in Ukraine.
Right. Do you think that Trump should have granted this meeting to Putin without getting anything in return? Certainly not a ceasefire.
No, that's not. My view is that this is a big mistake. This takes Putin out of international purdah, where he's been since he invaded Ukraine in 2022. Even to get into Alaska, we had to waive sanctions against the Russians that were imposed after that invasion. And as you say, Putin paid nothing for it. Trump is tariffing the whole world for the privilege of doing business in America. But to get Vladimir to Anchorage, it didn't cost anything, and Putin will take full advantage of it. Look, I think the ceasefire for Ukraine itself is a mistake, though, because once the ceasefire lines are drawn, there is every risk that negotiations will be protracted, and that ceasefire line will be the new border between Ukraine and Russia until Putin repairs and rebuilds his army when he invades for the third time.
So what you're saying, the ceasefire itself is not a mistake. You're saying the freezing the front lines during a ceasefire, you think that's a mistake. You think they should be forced to pull back, do you?
No, well, if we had applied adequate force, if U.S. and U.K. and NATO for the last 3.5 years had a strategy to win for Ukraine, as opposed simply to a strategy of making sure they didn't lose, we'd be in a different place now. But the fact is, I've wondered for some time why Putin doesn't want his own ceasefire to repair the damage that's being done, to get the sanctions lifted, to get his economy back on track again. And that may be his plan B. I mean, there are various ways for Putin to come out of this successfully today. We'll see what the end result is, of course.
And when we do see what the end result is, whatever it is, do you think that Vladimir Putin will come back for more in the future?
Absolutely. He told us in 2005 at his address to the State Duma. He's told us several times since then. He's trying to recreate the Russian Empire. And I think for those who have that point of view in Russia, and there are quite a few of them, you don't have a Russian Empire without Ukraine. So he achieved the success in getting 10% of Ukraine in 2014. He's up to 20% now. Maybe it's time for a pause, but he'll come back for more. That's why Zelensky wants security guarantees. And what I think many in Europe still don't understand, while Trump told them on Wednesday he's happy to talk about it, he's also said no NATO membership for Ukraine, no NATO security guarantees for Ukraine, and quite implicit in all that is no U.S. participation in security guarantees.
Well, that's interesting. And on that point, if there is some sort of land deal, do you think, well, I mean, what sort of security guarantees do you think Putin would accept? He doesn't seem to be, at the moment, willing to accept any.
Yeah, I don't think he wants any security guarantees. He doesn't want to allow Ukraine to become strong and rebuild its own capabilities while he's rebuilding his. Look, one thing that's absolutely central here, to whether it's NATO or NATO members, coalition of the willing, giving security guarantees to Ukraine, is the continued flow of American intelligence. Now, Trump hasn't said anything about that. That may be a good sign. He doesn't want to talk about it publicly. But even if the U.S. sold military equipment to Europeans who then in turn passed it on to Ukraine, as is the case with the Patriot air defense batteries, without the intelligence we've been supplying, I think Ukraine is in trouble. And there's no indication Trump is willing to keep that going.
And we've got about a minute left. Just I'm wondering what your thoughts are about the way this summit ends, what emerges from this summit.
Well, I think that anything they can announce as a deliverable that permits Trump not to reimpose the sanctions or add sanctions to the likes of China will buy time for Putin. So one deliverable that he sort of indicated yesterday, Putin did, how about an announcement that the two sides are going to begin immediate negotiations on the successor to the New START treaty? That's a real U.S.-Russia bilateral question. I don't think it would make sense, but it may help both of them find something they can say to declare this a success.
And that was John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor. And the talks are still going on, about 2.5 hours and counting now. And there is the suggestion of both the presidents being involved in a news conference afterwards. And that room has been prepared. There it is. And we will have full coverage of all that at the top of the hour.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace. The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern Ireland. Catholics and Protestants now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19, religion's nothing.
Sky News, the full story first.
Fire, shouts the commander. There's a dash to safety.
We've now got to wait inside the shelter to see if there is incoming.
I'm Deborah Hames, Sky Security and Defence Editor. should Russia's war with Ukraine escalate significantly, pilots like these could be called upon to go into combat for real.
It's 11 p.m. in the UK, 2 p.m. here in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm Mark Austin with special coverage of the meeting between Presidents Trump and Putin. An historic handshake. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin greet each other at a US military base in Anchorage with peace in Ukraine top of the agenda. With the eyes of the world on them, the two leaders will see if the bloodshed in Ukraine can be stopped. Nicknamed the Beast, but Vladimir Putin seemed to enjoy his ride in Donald Trump's presidential limo. The talks involve the two presidents and their closest advisors on foreign affairs. They've already lasted well over 2 hours.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
But the Russian leader faced difficult questions as journalists demanded answers on the slaughter in Ukraine. Good evening. History has been made here in Alaska as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin come together. The plan to see if it's possible to bring peace to Ukraine. The leaders landed in their respective planes at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base around 30 minutes apart. The US president was the first down the steps, and then he made his way onto the red carpet, connecting from each plane and meeting in the middle, ready to greet his opposite number. President Trump applauded the Russian president and greeted him like an old friend as he made his way across for a handshake, face to face, 6 years after their last meeting. The meeting here in Anchorage was organised just days ago, but the world's press was there to see the two men as they followed the red carpet in full view of the cameras. The US Air Force put on a show as the leaders made their way down the red carpet together.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?
Reporters shouted questions as the men stood on top of a podium and posed for photos in Anchorage, with one journalist, as you heard there, asking the Russian president if he will stop the killing of civilians. The two presidents then made their way towards Mr. Trump's presidential limo. Despite Vladimir Putin's Aurus limousine sitting on the tarmac, the Russian president seemed to enjoy his ride in the Cadillac nicknamed the Beast. Mr. Trump waved to the crowds as the car departed, while President Putin was seen smiling.
Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
And yet more difficult questions, though Putin appeared to be in good spirits, cupping his hands as if he wanted to give an answer. Our US correspondent James Matthews is with the American delegation. And James, well, 2.5 hours and counting. We're not sure they've even started lunch yet, and there may be more talks after that. This could go on for some time.
Yeah, we are reminded, aren't we, that the Kremlin predicted 6-7 hours of duration for this, and I don't know, seems to be heading that way. I suppose by Donald Trump's measure, Mark, we are relatively successful, or these talks are going well. He spoke about 2 minutes. He would know in 2 minutes if things were going badly, and then he would walk away. Nothing has happened of that sort. But of course, the arrangements have changed. It was billed, this meeting, as a one-on-one, a tete-a-tete, with Trump and Putin only in the room with their interpreters. That has expanded as we speak, inside now, talking for, as you say, more than 2 hours. On the American side, certainly, is Trump, Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. That will expand after a break into wider discussions with a bigger group. Scott Bessent, the Finance Secretary, UN Defence Secretaries from both countries, and others will be involved in wider discussions, principally on economic opportunity and so on. So more than 2 hours in, things at least don't appear to be going badly, because we have not had the walkout from Donald Trump, if indeed that ever was on the agenda. I think what we have seen over the course of this morning, Mark, has been extraordinary, astonishing, whichever adjective you wish to pin on it. I don't think anybody saw coming the kind of scenes we saw at the airport, with red carpet, with the fly past, with an honoured guest, a man, you know, who, let's face it, is the aggressor, is a pariah internationally, is an indicted war criminal, and yet he was given the fly past, the red carpet, the ride in Cadillac One, the Beast. And, you know, Vladimir Putin was a man feeling the luxury, I thought, and feeling the love. That's what it looked like from the smiles. And they had the look of old friends, and the control that we typically see Donald Trump exert over occasions like this, when he is in the company of visiting dignitaries and so on, he's the strong man in the room. He will dictate who asks questions, who answers questions, and just generally how this whole situation unfolds. I think we got a sense of the strength of presence of Vladimir Putin when twice there were the two men stood and sat in front of a media gathering, were asked questions, difficult questions for Putin, about civilian deaths, about ceasefire, and neither man said anything. Indeed, Vladimir Putin smiled, pointed to the sky, gave that question about killing civilians a deaf ear. I think the question for Donald Trump is, will you ask him that same question across the table? Because that is the kind of tough question that goes to the very heart of this matter. That would certainly be the Ukrainian view. A strong US president is what they want to see in Kyiv and in European capitals, not a US president who shows reverence to Vladimir Putin and who rolls over. They will be suspicious that that's what they're going to get on the back of what we saw earlier today. Mark, I'm just going to turn around. There's some activity in the press room here, and indeed the press room is being opened up. Journalists are being allowed to take their seats for the news conference, which is an indication that things are developing. Quite what that means in terms of timing, we'll have to check, but there appears to be an element of progress here. Remember, even though the Kremlin was talking about 6-7 hours of a meeting, Donald Trump was always looking at 3-4 hours. That was the initial White House schedule. So perhaps we are closer to that than we are to the Kremlin's expectations.
Yeah, and James, before you go and grab your seat, I mean, what is clear is that Donald Trump is a man in a hurry. President Putin, his interests are in delaying and buying time. I guess pretty soon something will have to give.
You would think so. And it's a question of the extent to which Donald Trump feels the need to bring things to a head. We'll see what they say at this news conference, whether there is a clear-sighted conclusion to all of this. I think there's every chance that there will be some kind of holding statement, some kind of optimistic note struck by both, which, of course, will have to be relayed to Ukraine and European partners. The worry in Kyiv will be that there is a fudge that actually doesn't suit their interests, and that Putin's success is in merely extracting more delay from Donald Trump. Remember, Trump went into this talking in generalities about his wish for a ceasefire, said he wouldn't be happy if he didn't get one, but didn't say what he would do if that wasn't the result he got today. It's a question of the extent to which Trump wants to press Putin against the wall, give him a hard deadline, and a strong message that this must come to an end on Donald Trump's terms, if not necessarily on the full terms that Ukraine is after. That would bring about perhaps the breaking point. And, breaking point might well be ugly. Trump would have to make some hard decisions about how he preserves his stature and, his muscularity on the world political stage. To whom does he target his anger, and to whom does he target with consequences? Does he target Putin, or does he take the option of targeting Zelensky, once again blaming him for conflict and taking a step back from Ukraine and Ukraine's interests, withdrawing the American security guarantee? That's the big question. And of course, it's a huge question for Ukraine. Their president has already said that they absolutely need the US for a security guarantee, if that guarantee is to be worth anything at all.
James, thank you very much. And that news conference may be getting closer. Well, the Ukrainian president, as James was saying, Volodymyr Zelensky, is not here, of course. Donald Trump says he could well be at the next summit, as long as today's meeting goes to plan. Mr. Zelensky says the US president needs to adopt a strong position in these talks today and says even as the leaders made their way here, the attacks on his country continued.
The war continues, and it continues precisely because there is no order nor any signals from Moscow that it is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations, they are still killing people, and that speaks volumes. Russia must end this war. It started and has dragged on for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed. At the very least, Ukraine, the US and Russia must meet in this format for effective decisions to be made. Security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is urgently needed. Everyone knows the key objectives.
Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is in Kyiv, and I spoke to him a little earlier.
Pretty late at night, Mark, so nothing on the streets, but on social media, Facebook, Twitter, other platforms have been lit up with fury and anger and disgust at what the Ukrainians have seen in Alaska, as you can imagine. It was an interesting moment, wasn't there, when the Russian plane came in. It didn't park itself next to the steps, the mobile steps that the American military had laid out at the airbase for Vladimir Putin to walk down. And so the American military had to push that further forward to connect it with the plane, but also to push the red carpet to the steps of those mobile steps. And to do so, the American soldiers had to sort of bend down and unfold the red carpet. Now, the image of that, of American soldiers on their knees at the foot of Putin's plane steps, has gone viral on Ukrainian media. On one page, I've seen it saying, make America a great again, ? And I think that sort of sums up sort of visually how Ukrainians are seeing this. They are seeing this as Donald Trump being very deferential and kneeling down at the steps, if you like, at the feet of the man he seems to be honouring with a red carpet welcome to America. So there's a sense of disgust, but I don't think great shock here or surprise, because this is an American president who has accused their president of being at fault, of being responsible for the invasion of their country. They've seen Donald Trump order his diplomats to vote for Russia. He has seemed extremely sympathetic to the Russian side of this war, if not openly supporting it. And I think at an official level, the Ukrainians will be saying to their European allies, this is a sign of what is to come. And I think James is correct there to say that this idea that Donald Trump could go into this meeting now and within a few minutes say, right, that's it, clearly you're not serious about peace, and walk away. Something he did do in a similar way with Kim Jong-un, of course, in their second summit. That is clearly not going to happen. All the mood music is that this is going to be a long summit and Donald Trump is going to listen to Vladimir Putin. They seem to be meeting very much as equals in this encounter in Alaska. I think the Ukrainians will say to their European allies, this is further sign that Donald Trump is walking away from Ukraine. He may carry on supporting Ukraine in some respects, but he's not going to give them the kind of support that they have enjoyed under Joe Biden. That's been very clear. And he does seem to want a relationship with Russia apart from and regardless of what is happening in Ukraine. And therefore, they will say to their Europeans, you may be appalled, like we are, by these scenes you're seeing in Alaska, but you have to step up to the plate even more than you are doing. And realise that security in Europe is your responsibility, and you must do more to support and defend Ukraine. And I think the problem, of course, is Europe. That penny is dropping in Europe, but not fast enough, and the Europeans are not filling the vacuum that they expect to be left by the Americans fast enough at the moment. And there's a jeopardy there, and in that vacuum there's a possibility of the Russians making more advances and furthering Putin's aim. So there's a huge amount of jeopardy in this. But I think some diplomatic opportunity for the Ukrainians to say to the Europeans, you've got to do more to support us. America is going in a very different direction. The direction of travel, at least, in this diplomacy is deeply worrying for both us, but also for the entire continent.
Yeah, and Dominic, just bring us up to date with what's going on the battlefield. President Zelensky talking about these Russian attacks, even as the two presidents were heading to Anchorage. But I was also reading this morning about Ukrainian attacks and destroying a Russian vessel carrying drones.
Yeah, there are two things, Mark, going on. There was what's happening in the air, but also on the ground. So on the ground, the Russians have made a surprise advance, 15 kilometres or so, a kind of finger of advance that they have made in the east, on the eastern front. The Ukrainians say they have kind of got that contained, and they've made a lot of the kind of way they've pushed back against that. And some claims that they've kind of cut off that finger and captured a number of Russians. None of that is verified yet. I think it is safe to say they are in some trouble, the Ukrainians, and they didn't expect this advance. And the fear is that they can't hold this front line with the Russians. They don't have the manpower. That is an ongoing concern that could get more pressing, I think, for the Ukrainians. On the other hand, they do seem to, in the last few days at least, have prevailed more effectively against the Russians in the air than the other way round. So there was this devastating attack on an oil refinery, a Lukoil refinery in Volgograd. We spoke to the commander of one of the units responsible for that drone attack, a long-range drone attack on this oil refinery, one of the biggest hits yet the Ukrainians have pulled off against the Russians. That refinery refined 5% of Russia's oil, so it's a devastating attack. The Russians can rebuild it, but every time this happens, they're in more difficulty. They have to divert resources to their oil industry. And the Ukrainians want to see Donald Trump hit Russia's oil industry with sanctions. He's not prepared to do so, although he keeps threatening to do so. So in the meantime, they have to use their drones that they're getting better and better at using these drones to hit Russia's oil installations. But also, as you say, they hit a ship in a port in Astrakhan that they say was importing Iranian drone parts and ammunition. So that drone war goes on and on. It's a kind of arms race. Every time the Ukrainians get better at it, the Russians find ways of countering it, and vice versa. But the direction of travel on the ground is, I think, more worrying for the Ukrainians, more encouraging for the Russians, and because the Russians have a greater scale in terms of what they can throw at the front, particularly in terms of manpower, this is an ongoing and more pressing concern for the Ukrainians.
Dominic Waghorn there speaking to me earlier. These are live pictures of the room where they are preparing for a news conference, and it does look well, a lot busier than it has over the last 2 or 3 hours. And we are hearing that certainly the 3-on-3 talks, the two presidents and they're each with 2 advisors, foreign affairs advisors, we're hearing those talks are over. The Kremlin has said those talks are over, and Martha Kelner is with me here. What's not clear is what about the other sort of 2 legs of this meeting, which was, we were told, a lunch was planned, and then these broader talks with wider participation. No word on that, although it does look in the news conference room as though they're getting ready for something.
Yeah, they're setting up those lecterns at the moment, which would indicate perhaps that something may be happening there in the not too distant future. But yeah, like you said, Mark, that smaller bilat, that meeting 3-on-3 with Donald Trump, his special envoy Steve Witkoff and his Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and on the other side Vladimir Putin, joined by his Foreign Secretary Sergei Lavrov and Yuri Ushakov, the foreign policy advisor. That talk has concluded, and the Kremlin now confirming that there will be a joint news conference with both Presidents Putin and Trump. That's a big moment, Mark. That means that we will see those men taking questions, you imagine, side by side. And that has been something that a lot of people were wondering. I suppose it probably indicates that at least there has not been a breakdown in discussions.
No, I mean, it doesn't mean there's been a breakthrough either, but it does mean that no one's sort of, going home in a huff. So while we await that, it's interesting, isn't it, that we were told there were these other talks that were going to take place. One wonders what's happened to those. But as you say, I mean, 2.5, 3 hours talks, that's much closer to the White House prediction than the Kremlin prediction, where they were saying this morning, it could be 6 or 7 hours.
I guess there is always the possibility that they come in, do this joint press conference, and then they break up for this extended bilat lunch, which was supposed to include Donald Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, but also, and this is key, it was supposed to include two of his key business advisors, his Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. The suggestion there being that it was going to expand talks beyond Ukraine to shared business interests, things like trade deals, arms deals, nuclear deals, climate change and that sort of thing. I guess the fact that the press conference is happening, it wouldn't usually follow that another meeting would happen after that. You would usually have both of those bilats before they appeared in front of the press. But there are so many unknowns. You know, this has all been put together so quickly with so little advance warning, so many questions about how this day would be choreographed. But yeah, certainly it looks like they're setting up for that press conference at the moment, and that both men will appear.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not worth speculating on what might be going to happen, but we can talk about what has happened and those extraordinary images as the two presidential aircraft arrived here in Anchorage at the US air base, and President Putin and President Trump shook hands, smiled warmly. There was a fly past by American jets, and they both then, in probably the most remarkable picture of all, climbed into the Trump presidential beast, it's called, the Cadillac, presidential Cadillac, and headed off for these talks. They really were quite some images.
Yeah, I mean, for all the talk of this summit being cobbled together at short notice, Donald Trump will have thought long and hard about how that moment would appear on television. He is the producer of his own presidency, and we saw that in action. The red carpet quite literally rolled out a salute from various members of the military that posed for photos at the end of the red carpet on the tarmac. Pointedly, neither man answering questions from journalists stood there. And as you say, this astonishing moment where Vladimir Putin jumped into Donald Trump's car with him for a ride along. Interestingly, I'm told that President Putin's own car, his own limousine, was also at the airstrip waiting to collect him, to take him to the building where these talks are going on. But whoever's decision it was, whether it was Putin or Trump, he ended up in the car with him, which is quite remarkable for a friend even, but especially for an adversary to join Donald Trump in the beast. Not least a man who is, wanted by the International Criminal Court, who not so long ago began that invasion of a sovereign nation. And I think those are the images which have appalled some people. Certainly in Ukraine, people, they were expecting a level of warmth from Donald Trump towards Vladimir Putin. I'm not sure they quite expected to see him applauding the man who has invaded their nation. And interestingly, the White House put a video of that moment, that greeting from Donald Trump to Vladimir Putin. They put that on their social media platforms, but they began the video after that applause. That applause was edited out of the video, and that may have been a very deliberate decision that they've made there.
Yeah, that's interesting. And you can see there in the picture we have on the screen now of the room where this joint, as you say, joint news conference will take place. You see those words, pursuing peace.
Yeah.
And of course it's interesting because there is this debate about how serious President Putin is about pursuing peace.
Yeah, I'll be absolutely fascinated to see what questions, if any, Vladimir Putin decides to answer. I was speaking to our colleague Ivor Bennett, the Moscow correspondent, about this, and he said, often journalists in the Russian congregation are asked, by the Kremlin's press secretaries for detail, if not the exact wording of the question, at least a steer on what question they intend to ask Vladimir Putin, which is remarkable in and of itself. Will they have done that here, or will he answer some of the questions that he didn't answer earlier to the American reporters who were standing on the tarmac? He was asked, will you agree to a ceasefire? Did you underestimate Ukraine? How can the US trust your word? And most pointedly of all, I think, he was asked, will you stop killing civilians? Those are the questions that people here and across the world really want to hear answered. But will those reporters asking those questions be the ones called upon by President Putin? Yeah,
we're about to witness this clash of cultures because, as you say, these press conferences in Moscow, certainly this annual one I think he does, which goes on forever. I mean, that's largely because the journalists ask the question and then Putin just can answer without any interruption at all. And as you say, they're probably, carefully controlled who asks the question. You've got then the contrast with the Donald Trump brand of news conference, which are sort of develop into quite chaotic shouting matches with the journalists screaming their questions and trying to shout over one another. That, I would think, is not something that Vladimir Putin would readily welcome. One wonders whether in this situation there are a number of questions that have been, a number of news outlets have been given questions, which does happen and does happen in, news conferences in Downing Street and so forth. But it's a very different way of doing things. Yeah, with Donald Trump, it's often a free-for-all. He freestyles his way through these press conferences. He calls it weaving, but actually it's often talking about a whole host of subjects with no real direction. I wonder whether we might see a different Donald Trump today, given that he will be standing beside the Russian president. But certainly fascinating to see how this press conference will play out. I'm sure James and Ivor, our colleagues, are in there, and they'll be trying to get their questions to the two presidents. I also found it interesting, Ivor was telling us yesterday that the Russian journalists are often asked by Vladimir Putin to do COVID tests before these press conferences begin. Clearly none of the reporters in that room, or none of the US reporters, the international reporters in that room, have done a COVID test. Yet we do expect now Vladimir Putin to appear on that podium with President Trump. Interesting as well with this delegation. I was saying we were expecting to see Donald Trump go to an expanded bilateral meeting, a lunch together with his Treasury Secretary, his Commerce Secretary, and his Chief of Staff. It now looks like that may not happen. Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? I was just talking to James Matthews about how there's two contrasting sort of desires at the end of all this. One is Trump, which is to get on with things quickly. He wants a deal quickly and, could walk away if there isn't a deal quickly. And you've got President Putin, who is, the evidence shows, looking to buy time and drag things out and carry on fighting, because of course this summit has taken place without the condition of a ceasefire being imposed on President Putin. Yeah, I mean, Trump likes a quick deal. He came into office promising to solve the Russia-Ukraine conflict within 24 hours. It's now 208 days into his second term. He will want to be seen here as the man who has, delivered peace and stability to Russia and Ukraine. But he's admitted that he underestimated how complicated the situation
in Ukraine was and is. And he perhaps miscalculated as well what President Putin, was willing to concede. We've seen how his tone towards Vladimir Putin has shifted in recent weeks. He originally was, calling Vladimir his great friend, and then we saw him turn against Putin and announce these more severe sanctions. In fact, there was a set of sanctions that was supposed to come into action this week. Well, those have now been halted because of these talks that are taking place. But I mean, it will be fascinating to see how they interact after this meeting, whether there is an announcement to be made here or whether they, kick the can down the road and focus on these upcoming talks that President Trump has promised are going to happen with the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky.
Yes, we are waiting for a news conference, a joint news conference with President Trump and President Putin after the talks which they have held here in Anchorage in Alaska went on for roughly 3 hours. We're still waiting for a precise timing on that, but those talks, we are told, have been completed. There was talk of lunch. There was talk of other advisors joining them for another session of talks. But it really does look as though if the news conference has been called and is going to happen, it does look as though the talks are over. Now, the interesting question is what progress has been made, if any, because that then leads on to this whole idea of a second meeting, which Donald Trump said was the important meeting with President Zelensky and President Trump and President Putin. He even mentioned talks with, involving European leaders as well. So it really, it'd be interesting to see if that is going to happen, where that's going to happen, if it's going to happen. Will President Putin rather, even sit down at the same table as President Zelensky? These are all questions that we may get answers to within the next hour.
President Putin doesn't even recognise President Zelensky as a legitimate leader. He does not recognise the state of Ukraine. So it would be a remarkable turn of events if he does agree to sit in the same room as the Ukrainian president. But yeah, Donald Trump saying that those talks would take place here in Alaska. Again, no timeline clearly for those, but that I'm sure will be a question that they're asked in this press conference. Interestingly, two of the men who were supposed to be in that expanded bilat that was scheduled for after the 3-on-3 meeting, the finance minister and the defence minister, they're now sat in the front row of that press conference audience, again indicating that these talks are now over and that expanded bilat perhaps is not going to take place anymore. We know that President Trump said that immediately after this meeting with President Putin, he promised that he would get on the phone to President Zelensky to deliver personally to him a breakdown of what they'd discussed, of what had been agreed upon. He then said he was going to speak to other European leaders. Who knows? Will that phone call take place immediately after that meeting, before this press conference, or will it take place after this press conference? Will the first that Vladimir Zelensky hears about those talks and about what has been discussed, will it be in this press conference or will there be a phone call beforehand?
It was very interesting. Earlier on, I was talking to a former deputy prime minister, Russian prime minister, and talking to him about President Putin's attitude to Ukraine. And that speech that he made before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in February 2022, when he talked about the fiction of Ukrainian statehood, he talked about the madness that allowed Ukraine to become independent in 1991. And I said to him, do you think that Vladimir Putin has changed his mind about that, his attitude to that one iota, which, if he had, would feed into any deal or agreement, one imagines? And he said, absolutely not. It is the same President Putin who has the same feelings towards Ukraine. And of course, President Putin, just a couple of months ago, I think in June, I think it was, where he said, I have said many times that I consider the Russian and Ukrainian people to be one people. In this sense, all of Ukraine is ours. And that will have sent a shudder across Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. And I guess it also, begs the question, if Russian and Ukrainian people really are one people, why has he been bombing Ukraine quite so relentlessly for, 3.5 years?
Yeah, and these attacks have intensified in recent months and days. This onslaught has worsened. I'm told that now senior Russian officials have gone into that press conference room. But yeah, there's real horror in Ukraine watching these talks unfold without Vladimir Zelensky in the room, and actually, from quite a lot of people here in the United States, disbelief that the Russian aggressor is being invited onto a US military base. In fact, just outside the building where these talks are taking place, there is a small protest, people unfurling flags saying, I stand with Ukraine, Putin is a war criminal. There was a more sizable protest here in the centre of Anchorage yesterday. There's a population of Ukrainian refugees here as well. There is a strength of feeling here that Vladimir Putin has no place being involved in these talks without Vladimir Zelensky in the room.
Yeah, and it's interesting the speed with which this summit has been organised, that the Kremlin was very quick to say, and in fact we're told that, as you just said, senior Kremlin officials are now in that news conference, so just waiting for the Americans the American officials to arrive, and then we will no doubt hear from the two presidents. There is a Russian official who is saying that the talks went remarkably well. So going back to the point I was going to make, it is that it was arranged so quickly that both sides said that there would be no document to sign. Normally these summits are organised, prepared in advance. They basically know the deal that's going to be done. It becomes a showpiece and they sign said deal. This time, none of that. We were told there's no document to sign, so we assume that what they're doing now is deciding what exactly they're going to say, what each side is going to say. But as I say, the Kremlin, or an official attached to the Kremlin, saying the talks went remarkably well. We wait, of course, to hear what the Americans are going to say.
The hard work is usually done in the background, and these occasions are about tying a neat bow on things. Well, in this case, this meeting has been, or this summit has been put together so hastily that none of it happened in the normal way. I'm just hearing that there is a special economic envoy to Russia who has assessed the progress of these negotiations. He said they lasted around 2 hours and 45 minutes, that bilat. He said, wonderful, everything is wonderful. So, hopefully Presidents Putin and Trump can expand on that. But certainly, like you were saying, these talks have not broken down. They seem to have,
Well, wonderful, coming from the Russian side, could mean that not much was decided, which would suit them. But that's speculation, and it will be interesting to see how these two presidents deal with this. So there was this suggestion, just about an hour ago, that things were going to go on for quite some time, but that seems to have changed rather suddenly, and it does look as though these those American correspondents there just doing their turn inside that press conference, and it does seem as though we're going to hear from these two presidents pretty soon. And I mean, it's been a remarkable event in so many ways, and Donald Trump, of course, criticised from many quarters. Many guests coming on this programme earlier, just before the two met, saying that it was a big mistake. Donald Trump was making a strategic error by allowing Putin to come to the United States, and without any conditions imposed on President Putin, conditions like a ceasefire.
Yeah, and a lot of people saying that, he lost the major leverage that he had over Vladimir Putin, which was the fact that he was economically isolated, that he was an international pariah, and by bringing him back in from the cold, by inviting him onto US soil for this summit, he threw away that leverage in a way. Interestingly, Donald Trump said that if these talks did go poorly, that he wasn't going to have a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin. The fact that there are two lecterns set up, the fact that we're now being told by the Kremlin that there will be a joint press conference, suggests that at least in the mind of the US president, he thinks that enough has been done, enough has been achieved in this meeting for him to appear alongside Vladimir Putin.
President Trump would have to claim victory almost whatever happened, because it was it was Putin's idea, we're told. He requested it, but Trump accepted that invitation, and I guess it's in his interests to claim a success.
Both men desperate to claim victory here. Vladimir Putin, because he's going back to a nation which has witnessed, huge bloodshed, hundreds of thousands of lives lost and injured in Ukraine, an economic disaster in his country. He has to go back with the notion that he has achieved victory here. But so does Donald Trump, because he presents himself as the man who can negotiate in a straightforward way that none of his predecessors could, that he can achieve results where others can't. So he has to be seen to, have achieved something with this summit. Fascinating to see how they both present what has happened in that room. We know now that there'll be this press conference. We also know that Donald Trump will do a number of, or he's already actually done 2 interviews with the news organisation that he is most friendly with over here, Fox News. He'll do another interview with Fox News after this press conference. This is all about Donald Trump, controlling the narrative and ensuring that his message is heard by, the widest audience possible. He wants to make the most of this moment.
Right, where are we? It is 2:45 in the UK, 2:45 in Anchorage, in Alaska, where we are, and 2 hours and 45 minutes of talks between President Putin and President Trump have come to an end, and there is an agreement to hold a news conference, which you can see is set up there. We're told that Russian officials are already in the room, and I think I saw, I think it was Steve Witkoff, but American officials are also either in the room or preparing to enter the room. And then it will be up to these two presidents. Interesting contrast. President Putin, very careful, one imagines, with what he's going to say, the way he says it, as he always is. And Donald Trump, very different. It will be very interesting to see how these men deal with this. And Martha, there was a lot of talk before this summit of a kind of grand bargain or the beginnings of a much broader arrangement or agreement with economic issues and maybe even nuclear weapons. So a broader agreement. It would be interesting to see what's happened on that.
Yeah, this idea that Donald Trump believes that he had to offer inducements to President Putin to get him to the negotiating table and then to get him to agree something that looks like a peace deal. Of course, we have no idea if any of that was discussed. I think the fact that they didn't go into this expanded bilateral meeting with their business advisors, with the Commerce Secretary and the Treasury Secretary for Trump, perhaps indicates that, they didn't quite get onto that level of talks, maybe. I'm told that Steve Witkoff is now definitely in the room, Donald Trump's special envoy, close friend of his. He was in that smaller bilat meeting. It suggests that Donald Trump is potentially on the way very soon. I guess interesting too, not just who was in Donald Trump's delegation, but who wasn't in Donald Trump's delegation today. The retired Lieutenant General, who is now the US's special envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, he wasn't there, which seems kind of unusual. He also, Keith Kellogg, who is the US's man when it comes to Ukraine, he wasn't at the talks either that took place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in March between US and Russia and the US and Ukraine. And our partner organisation, NBC, was told that Keith Kellogg wasn't invited to those March talks in Saudi Arabia because the Russians had specifically requested that he didn't attend because in their minds he is too sympathetic to the Ukrainian cause. So he again has been overlooked. Which, when you see the list of people in that room, the fact that, the Treasury Secretary is there, the Commerce Secretary, but not US's envoy to Ukraine, that is unusual. And you wonder whether that is, the White House bowing down to the Kremlin in a way.
I was speaking to a senior diplomat in London the other day, and he said if Vladimir Putin does agree to some sort of ceasefire, either a temporary ceasefire, a longer term ceasefire, then look very carefully at the conditions that he imposes on that ceasefire. And the suggestion was one condition that the Russians may well put on any ceasefire, if it is a prolonged ceasefire, would be that elections would have to be held in Ukraine. Now, this is quite interesting because, of course, President Putin thinks that President Zelensky is not a legitimate president. He's been saying for a long time, you should be having elections. Why aren't you having elections? Well, the obvious answer to that is, well, why? How can you have elections when you're bombing us? Yeah. So that has been the kind of back and forth. But should there be a ceasefire, there is talk that the Russians may put quite a lot of pressure on Ukraine to hold elections. That is not to say at all that that is something that Zelensky would agree to. It was interesting talking to Zelensky in London at the end of June. We did an interview, and I asked him about his popularity in Ukraine. And he said, and there are increasing murmurings about Zelensky, as there would be with, I think, with any leader going through this, that what would he do if they? And he said, well, look, I'm not going to react to just one or two people saying that they don't want me anymore. Yeah. But if there was an obvious groundswell in Ukraine, he said, I would take heed of it. So, President Zelensky himself is in a fairly difficult position.
I think he has indicated, Zelensky, that...
Just say, Martha, I mean, we can see now Pete Hegseth there. Is that Caroline Levitt also coming in?
Yeah.
We've seen Witkoff in, so...
Yeah, I saw Sergei Lavrov as well,
yes.
Russia's foreign minister,
yes.
arriving too.
In his USSR sweatshirt, no doubt. But this suggests that this, I think we can call it historic press conference, is about to take place. Whether it contains an historic announcement is another thing, but it does seem now as though this is pretty imminent.
Yeah, this will be the first time there's been a full-scale news conference with a US and Russian president since Helsinki in 2018. Of course, Vladimir Putin did meet Biden in Geneva in 2021, but there wasn't a joint press conference on that occasion. So this, the first joint press conference for 7 years between a US and Russian president. I'm told Marco Rubio, I think,
just there in the front.
Arrived. Yeah, so all of the main players are arriving, sitting in the front row. I would imagine nervous times for those advisors, not knowing quite what their bosses are going to say, not knowing, especially in the case of President Trump, if he will stick to the script here.
Yeah, look, we're told it's about a minute and a half away. And now President Trump loves a news conference. There's no question about that. And some of his news conferences go on for, an hour, hour and a half, sometimes more. And he just answers questions. And what is it called? He does the weave, isn't it? The weave, where he sort of answers all sorts of things. I don't think this will be a news conference like that.
Yeah, I don't get the impression that he'll be talking about the situation on the streets of DC. He's not going to be talking about the California governor as he usually does. I would imagine he will stick to the main talking points here, which is clearly Russia, Ukraine. We are hearing positive remarks from Russian officials. Nothing from the US side yet, though. We really have no idea.
OK, right, here we go. Let's listen to what these two presidents have to say.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here, because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor, very good to see you, in good health, and to see you alive," I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the US island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the US, and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the US pilots. And there are 2 flags, the US flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots have buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that. in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Taking questions.
Well, there we are. Short and sweet. No, well, perhaps not so sweet if you're Ukrainian, because the one word that I certainly didn't hear in that news conference from either president was ceasefire. President Putin kicked things off, saying the negotiations were useful, thorough and constructive. It makes sense we met here because our countries are close neighbours. He said to Trump when he arrived, "Good afternoon, we're neighbours." He then talked about history, talked about visiting the memorial he attended involving Russian and US troops. He said it was a long overdue meeting, and he said, "We thank President Trump for trying to help with the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict." And he then started talking ominously once again about what he's always talked about, which are the root causes of the conflict. And he has talked a lot about that. Then he said something which was a surprise. He said Ukraine's security should be ensured. Didn't elaborate on that. Didn't say much more about that, didn't talk specifically about security guarantees. We hope the agreement we have produced paves the way to a resolution without saying what the agreement is. Then talked about broader cooperation was possible. But as I say, no mention of a ceasefire. And he asked European nations not to, quote, torpedo progress. Excuse me. Then Donald Trump said they were productive talks, a couple of points we agreed on. Others, Donald Trump said, not so much. He then said he would call European leaders and also Zelensky after the meeting. We made some great progress. I have always a great relationship with Vladimir, he said. And then he talked about the Russia hoax, which he said got in the way of their relationship. Extremely productive, said Trump, but no deal until there's a deal. We're going to stop thousands of people being killed. And then he said to President Putin, we hope to see you again. I think Putin then said, yeah, next time in Moscow. And I think Trump said, yeah, I might get some heat for that. But as I say, it looks like they've agreed to say the talks have been productive. Things have moved on, but no talk of exactly what the agreement is they've made. US correspondent James Matthews was in the room for their statements because it wasn't really a news conference, no opportunity for journalists to ask questions. And James, I didn't hear the word, I don't know whether you did, the word ceasefire.
Yeah, that was the word unspoken. And its absence jumped out, did it not, Mark? That was what Ukraine wanted to hear. European allies wanted to hear. 300 journalists inside this room waiting for the word ceasefire on which this conflict would turn. Had they mentioned a ceasefire today, it would have changed the nature of the discussion. We appear to be well short of that, I think. You've picked out, Mark, Putin's statement about the fundamental causes. To make this settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate the primary cause, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia. That's been Russia's starting point, and it's been the sticking point throughout this whole process. For Vladimir Putin to stand on that stage alongside Trump and have the confidence to articulate that tells me that that resonates with Donald Trump and is Vladimir Putin is welded to that as an ongoing position, a position which is unacceptable to Ukraine. That's what Ukraine has made clear so far. In terms of Donald Trump, he did say he was talking up the meeting, called it very productive. We haven't quite got there, he said. There's no deal until there's a deal. Spoke about how he was going to call NATO Zelensky, an extremely productive meeting, he said, accentuating the positive, but in there was the negative. He said there are many points that we agreed to, but many points yet to be agreed, some not significant, one most significant. We have a very good chance of getting there, he said. Of course, the first question would have been, had they taken questions, well, what's the most significant stumbling block? Is it as articulated as Vladimir Putin? And what are you going to do about it? Are you with him on that? And if you're not, what are the consequences of Putin? So frankly, if both those men, both big beasts in this conflict, the two individuals most influential, if they are both welded to Russia's headline ask, what Russia has wanted all along throughout this, then I have to say there will be pessimism around the prospect of taking this any further. I'm not quite sure what the reaction is that Donald Trump expects in Ukraine and in European capitals, but it might be a very difficult phone call. Elsewhere in that discussion, Mark, or these two separate statements, we got a sense, I thought, of Putin the player, how he has succeeded in reeling in Donald Trump and engaging with him as an old friend. That's how it very much appeared, the old friend that he's invited back to Moscow. He said, look, I tried to engage on Ukraine with your predecessor, parroting Donald Trump. We hear that all the time from Donald Trump, how this is Joe Biden's war. Well, that was reinforced, cemented by Vladimir Putin. He knows the buttons to press. And he said, I tried to tell the previous occupant of the White House how this Ukrainian situation shouldn't be brought to the point of no return. Trump, he said, well, his line is that if he was president, there wouldn't have been a war. And Vladimir Putin endorsed that, said that was the case. We've built a very good, trustworthy, business-like contact, he said. So this smacked very much of Vladimir Putin cementing his relationship with Donald Trump. There was a tricky spot for him not so long ago when Trump was disappointed with Vladimir. He was putting that on social media. He was leaning towards the Ukrainian cause. I thought we saw two old friends getting back together with a mutual understanding, a mutual respect, certainly, and what the implications are for that, for Ukraine and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we've yet to see. Hinges on the phone calls to come, but on the basis of that, Mark, I wouldn't be raising my hopes of a resolution that suits Ukraine and is regarded by Ukraine and Western allies as a good peace deal.
James, thank you very much. Martha Kelner is here with me, our US correspondent, who was listening to that, and it's not clear at all what has actually been agreed.
It felt like a little bit of a damp squib, didn't it? I mean, President Trump arrived here in Anchorage this morning, perhaps vaguely optimistic that he would leave, after being hailed a peace broker and a deal maker and really reaching a breakthrough with Vladimir Putin. Well, he flies back to Washington, D.C. in a couple of hours' time with really very little to show for his trip here. There was talk of an agreement in this news conference, no detail at all about what was actually agreed. There was certainly no talk of any follow-up meeting with President Vladimir Zelensky, which is what Donald Trump had discussed beforehand. There was no mention, as yourself and James have been saying, of a ceasefire. Putin gave no indication that he was shifting at all from his maximalist goals in Ukraine. He even said at the end of that news conference, a cheeky little aside, he said, "I'll see you next time in Moscow."
I thought he said that. He
did say that. Donald Trump said, "Oh, you'll get me in trouble here." Yeah, I mean, definitely no breakthrough here. Donald Trump's a man who talks in absolutes. Well, he is going back with no deal this time round. As James was saying, Putin did do Trump a small favour. You know, he confirmed that he wouldn't have attacked Ukraine, or he suggested that he wouldn't have attacked Ukraine had Trump been president in 2022, which, of course, Trump has claimed repeatedly.
The other interesting point, which I pointed out, was he said Ukraine's security must be ensured. But of course, the point is he didn't talk about how Ukraine's security should be ensured. Who is going to ensure Ukraine's security? It was in many ways a sort of typical Putin comment. Excuse me, because it's not clear at all what he was talking about, and it stood out because of all this talk about security guarantees being provided by the West for Ukraine if there was a ceasefire. Well, I mean, he didn't get into any of that at all, so difficult to know what he meant.
It was really hard to find anything to grab onto. There was zero detail from either men about how this agreement would work. Putin at one point saying that they had reached an agreement to pave the path to peace in Ukraine, again, without saying what the agreement actually is. He then said that Ukraine shouldn't disturb the agreement to end an invasion of its country. A remarkable thing to say, and obviously totally unchallenged, because no journalists were given the opportunity to ask questions at the end.
And just very quickly, the curious thing is that neither president really got into what the agreement is. I mean, Donald Trump suggested there isn't really an overall agreement because they've agreed some points, but there are other points that haven't been agreed. One, he said, significant. So it really is not clear, is it? And it may be once he's phoned the Europeans, maybe once we get the readouts from both sides, maybe once President Putin has left the United States, maybe things will be different. Joining me now is Nigel Gould-Davis, former UK ambassador to Belarus and senior fellow for Russia and Eurasia at the International Institute of Strategic Studies. Thank you for joining us. And first of all, what did you make of that news conference, or the two statements by the presidents?
Yes, I mean, it's striking that the meeting seems to have finished much sooner than was anticipated. And I think that tells us something, as do the statements and the unwillingness to take questions as well. It's quite clear that no agreement has been reached. There were different emphases put by the two leaders on that. Putin's seeming to say that something had been agreed in principle, again, very unspecified. Trump saying we haven't quite got there. But it does all feel very vague. As expected, I think with the expectations that anything significant at all be achieved at this meeting, in substance, were very low. Putin is playing a long game here, and that gives him an advantage. Trump has signaled from the time that he returned to the White House in January, he wants to end this quickly. On day one was the first ambition. But he's sort of hurrying for this. Putin is much more relaxed than that. He has time to bide as he sees it. And he still is ultimately confident that he will achieve his ultimate goal of subordinating Ukraine. That means he can afford to string this out. I think Putin was not really looking for an outcome of any kind at this summit. The fact of it happening is a victory for him. And as long as something didn't go terribly wrong, as long as there wasn't some kind of bust-up, something like that, and as long as a diplomatic process that Trump is committed to, which means future meetings with Putin, will take place, that for Putin is the big achievement.
Right, and when President Putin talked about the root causes of the conflict, that once again really goes to the very essence of what sort of country, in Putin's mind, goes to the very essence of what sort of country Ukraine is. And that is something that he has always said.
Exactly right. Again, as expected, not the slightest indication whatever that Putin is prepared, even in some small way, to moderate or scale back the extent of his ambitions and the demands that that underlie that. So it's this euphemism, I would say, root causes, is essentially a term of Putin art for saying, well, we need to achieve an outcome which enables us to dominate the region, to dominate Ukraine, to ensure that in some fundamental sense it's subordinate to us. And there's, of course, a false narrative of associated with that of NATO enlargement and Putin's long-standing hostility to that. So this reminds us, too, that the Ukraine issue goes far beyond Ukraine itself. It's ultimately about rival interpretations of European security. I did take some reassurance from the fact that Trump said he would brief NATO leaders tomorrow, and hopefully there'll be some positive and helpful messages there. It'd be very important to follow the detail. There was a very good meeting of NATO, the annual summit in The Hague in June, and it seemed there that Trump had, in effect, recommitted himself to supporting European security. We heard that earlier in the week in the virtual Trump-Europe summit that took place just a couple of days ago. So it's not just Ukraine, it's Europe watching anxiously for this, because there's any sense, if there is any sense, that Trump has bought in to the frankly malign and deceptive Putin narrative about this, that has far-reaching consequences for the security of the entire continent.
Yes, and just finally and briefly, if you would, it's interesting that he said or asked the Europeans not to torpedo the process. He didn't say to torpedo the agreement or possible agreement. He said process, which suggests a much longer diplomatic commitment from both sides.
Yeah, and that's worrying too for Europeans, because one of the reassuring messages that that Trump conveyed earlier this week is that this first meeting might be the start of a series of meetings that would, in due course, bring in President Zelensky and also bring in the Europeans. If he's beginning to row back from that now, then that will only add to the conversation that Trump has with his European partners tomorrow.
Nigel, thank you so much for staying with us on this programme and joining us. I appreciate that. Let's go to the outside at the airbase and to see what's going on there, because I would imagine that these two presidents are both going to leave pretty soon. The weather's improved. It's a nicer day in Alaska, but I would imagine that President Trump will be heading back to Washington and President Putin back to Moscow quite shortly. Our Moscow correspondent Ivor Bennett is or has been with the Russia delegation for this summit. Now, Ivor, you'll be well used to all this language about, many points to sort out. Europeans, please don't torpedo the process. The root causes of the conflict in Ukraine. And what did you make of it all?
My first reaction, Mark, is that it was one of the most unusual press conferences that I've attended. And that says something, because I've been to all of Vladimir Putin's recent ones, and those are very unusual. But first and foremost, they said they agreed on many points, but we don't know what those are. We were told it would be a joint press conference, but it wasn't. There were no questions. I mean, that must be the first and only time that Donald Trump has not taken any questions from the press, and that's probably because Vladimir Putin made that a condition. He often does at press conferences. They're normally heavily choreographed if there are questions, and he probably wanted to avoid any more awkward questions thrown to him like the ones when he arrived. Will you guarantee you'll stop killing civilians? So that was very unusual. And also the Russian delegation said, of course, they'll be chatting for 6 or 7 hours. They didn't. It was all over much sooner than that. So it's all said and done. This summit is over, and it appears at this stage, well, we just don't know what's happened. Donald Trump has said first he has to take what has been agreed to the Ukrainians, to NATO, first get sign-off from that. But I thought what was really interesting was the fact that Vladimir Putin was the first person to speak in there. It was as if that he was the host rather than Donald Trump, and he said that he welcomed Donald Trump like a neighbour, again kind of cementing this idea that he was the one in charge here, he was the one calling the shots. And even though the banner behind him, the slogan said pursuing peace, it felt like he was pursuing something else here. He was pursuing better bilateral relations with the United States, because that's the first thing he talked about. He talked up the common shared history between these two countries. He talked a lot, many times, about the fact that they are neighbours. Alaska almost touches Russia at the closest point, less than 4 kilometres between two islands. That's another thing that Vladimir Putin referenced. He emphasised the close proximity, and he talked about the need to repair bilateral relations because they've plunged their lowest point since the Cold War. And there were lots of flattery for Donald Trump's efforts to find peace, but we still don't know what has been agreed here. You mentioned that Vladimir Putin said the line that the root causes of the conflict still need to be resolved, and he's said that a number of times, of course, before. That is his kind of buzzword that suggests that all of Russia's red lines still remain, that it doesn't want NATO to expand any further east. It wants Ukraine to agree to permanent neutrality, wants limits on its armed forces. It basically sees Ukraine as a buffer state in between Russia and NATO, and that term root causes suggests all of those demands still stand. So it doesn't look like Vladimir Putin has made any concessions, despite Donald Trump claiming that many points have been agreed upon.
OK, Ivor, thank you very much. I'm joined now by a former senior advisor to President Zelensky, Igor Novikov. Thank you very much for being with us. And what will the Ukrainian people make of that? What will President Zelensky make of that?
Well, President Zelensky is going to speak with President Trump and hopefully learn some of the details we're not privy to. But I can tell you one thing. I mean, I've met Donald Trump a couple of times, and I actually worked closely with his previous administration. And I've noticed, the first thing I noticed was that shift in dynamic, because Putin seemed nervous when he arrived and Trump was very much at ease. And then at this so-called press conference, everything has changed. You know, Putin was the host, as somebody mentioned before. He was smiling, and Trump seemed deflated. I think that's the best term to use. So I think something went not according to Trump's plan there, and that's not good news for Ukraine.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make, because to back that up, there was talk of a lunch, and there was talk of sort of broader talks with bigger teams. And the suggestion certainly is, at the moment, until we know differently, that they did not happen.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the most striking things that I noticed was the fact that Putin ended his speech with this pass to Trump about by President Biden being responsible for this war. And Trump hasn't even mentioned that. And for Trump not to mention that, that's a big telltale sign that Putin somehow won this meeting. And I think nothing has changed. I think there's no deal made. There's no other meeting on the horizon, if Putin is joking about meeting in Moscow, which is impossible for Trump, as I understand it. So I think, Putin outplayed Trump in this particular meeting, and let's see what happens. Usually President Trump blows up after this. He hasn't in the meeting to save his face, so let's see what happens tomorrow.
and for the Ukrainian people who night after night are being attacked, being bombed, being subject to missile attacks, drone attacks and so forth. What will they be thinking after seeing and hearing that?
Well, after so many years of this war, we are more pragmatic and realistic. So the expectations weren't that high before this meeting. We enjoyed some relative peace and quiet. I mean, we're still being attacked, but the scale of those attacks with drones and missiles has been lower than usual. I think Putin will more than compensate for it in the days to come. So nothing has changed for us, pretty much.
I suppose that if there has been any progress, and Donald Trump talked about some points that they had agreed on, he said there were one point particularly that was significant that they hadn't agreed on. But if they have made progress maybe on a few things, that the meeting would have been worth it? Or do you just think that Trump has made a mistake by inviting President Putin to the United States?
I think this was a big mistake because if I had to venture a guess as to which point they haven't agreed upon, that point would be Ukraine withdrawing from territories currently controlled by Ukraine. And it's unrealistic to think that we're going to leave our people behind and basically feed them to Putin's war machine and simply withdraw after fighting for so many years. So I think that was the point. I think Putin outplayed Trump by pretending to consider moving on this point, and he hasn't in the meeting. So thus, it was a non-starter pretty much.
So Igor, where do you think things go from here?
Well, I think we are likely to see one of the two scenarios. Either Putin will raise the stakes and see what Trump, he's basically going to call Trump's bluff on the sanctions, and Russia only responds to strength. So unless President Trump introduces those secondary sanctions, if he falls for that, illusion of the next meeting or, illusion of progress, then unfortunately Putin gets what he came for, which is time.
Okay, Igor, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And Igor was reacting there to a short news conference. Well, it is wrong, really, to call it a news conference. It was two relatively short statements, first by President Putin and then Donald Trump, in which they seemed to suggest some progress had been made, some agreement on various points, but nothing was clear. Certainly no mention of the word ceasefire at all, and rather ominously, President Putin talking once again about the root causes of the conflict and how they have to be addressed. So let's go outside live at the airbase where that meeting took place, and there is Air Force One, and it is highly likely that Donald Trump will be boarding his presidential aircraft and heading back to Washington very shortly. He may well phone European leaders, he may well phone President Zelensky, but it seems as though no obvious agreement has been reached. We will have more reaction after the break.